Yeah,
we can go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to another workshop. This time it's rates. So a very interesting, emotive topic that will have today's session is Jones is an local government expert on rates finance, been around for quite a while. And we work very closely together in my short time here. So there's not much about know. So he will run today's session, and some of you will have met him before in this workshop. Just a couple of things on protocol, which Philip will probably touch on too. Please don't use your mobile phones during the session. It's just a bit distracting. And please don't talk over each other and try and balance the argument. And at times, if we feel that you're going into detail, we might have to ask you to step back so we can keep the workshop running. So it's a very important topic. Now, obviously, Philip will be running most of the day. We also have finance here. We have who does the rates modelling. So that's a very complicated rates calculator behind the scenes. So she is responsible for that. We have the fabulous Kirsty, who's our rates officer, who takes all the calls, sends out all the instalments, gets all the abuse, very little compliments, working on that. So she's our expert that side. You've been here five and a half years. 5.5 years. So there's not much she doesn't know about rates. And then we have Karen Shaw, who's just joined us as our financial analyst. And so she's learning about rates modelling and all that sort of stuff too. So we're trying to make sure that we all understand rates a lot more than probably one person who was doing it before. So during the morning, we may ask people questions who are experts in certain areas. And we have some really good examples of existing rates and the differences between some of the calculations. So, Philip.
okay.
Should I warn them about the sense of humour?
I didn't know accountants had sense of humour. Are you going to drive for me, are you?
Move you.
Oh, that's, yeah.
All you want to me and
I can play with it.
oh yes, sorry.
Right, good morning. Right, as I've been introduced, I'm Philip Jones. I actually joined local government in '93 at a place called Western Bay District Council. People that surrounds Tauranga, but I don't live in Tauranga, so I do actually have a council. So they say they come from Tauranga. They go, oh, you poor person, you haven't got a council. I do. I actually live in Western Bay, just out of Tauranga. So I joined there with the intention of going in there and fixing their financial position. When I joined Western Bay in '93, they were technically broke. We actually had to borrow to pay our creditors at the end of the financial year. And I thought I'd be there for 5 years. Some 29 years later, I'm still in local government and I still have an access card to Western Bay District Council building because I'm called upon them from time to time. I'm actually slightly got a split personality disorder. So sometimes I will sit with management and advise management. And yesterday, I was actually sitting with council as a governor, as chairing both Masterton and Cardigan's Audit and Risk Committee as an independent chair. And I've got one or two other ones around the countryside. We'll talk about some of those during the day. I also now sit on Kytra's Audit and Risk Committee, and we'll be using them as a bad example in terms of what not to do in terms of rating. People remember back with the Mangawhai wastewater scheme, not only did they have a financial blowout, they also had one or two illegal rates that Parliament needed to intervene. So we'll talk about what they did wrong and what not to do. Basically, they got advice from PwC in Australia, and we all know Australian PwC knows lots about New Zealand rates. Sorry, that's a bit sarcastic. Now, maybe just to help me, understand where you're at. So if we can go around the room, and I'm going to pick on Alistair first, because I know Alistair from last Triennium. Just tell us a little bit about yourself and
Okay. As you know, it's my second term on council now.
congratulations.
Had a number of workshops with you, and it's been entertaining from Greytown.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm by the way, I've got a really good memory for numbers and faces, but I'm useless at names. Right?
Yeah.
I'll remember.
Minor council on the Martin board. Okay, I'm lost their training.
Yep.
Oh, well, my name's Martin Conley. I'm a first-time elected person, and I represent the whole district, as it happens. And I'm a dog lover, opera lover, and a greenie.
Right.
Good morning, my name is Melissa. I'm a first-time councillor, deputy mayor, and represent also the Featherstone ward.
Woody from Greytown ward.
Woody?
Yeah.
Yep.
First time councillor. Yep. Yeah, most people call me Boz, Martin Bosley.
Sorry?
Most people call me Boz.
Boz?
Yeah, Martin Bosley, first time councillor at Greytown.
I'm Beck,
Beck?
and first time councillor from Featherstone.
Kristen?
My name's Aidan. I'm here in Martinborough, first time councillor, but also on the Martinborough Community Board for the last 3 years, last 21.
I'm Colin. I represent the Featherstone ward on South Brabourne District Council. I've been here since 2013. Had a small gap of a couple of years when nobody wanted me to back around the table again, but re-elected.
I also used to facilitate local government New Zealand. I used to do elected members training with them. And Colin had at least twice, if not three times.
3 times, yeah.
3 times. Some people just a bit slow in learning, but that's all right.
So local government funding and finance, Philip's been running those over the years, and I think in my first training we did 101, and then David Montgomery and I flew to Whangarei and caught up with you up there to do finance governance 102.
102 or 201?
Yeah.
Because we actually had 102 and 201, so it's depending on.
Adrian Staples was very keen on making sure that we were all brought up to speed, so it was important. And even though there wasn't a course locally, council decided to fly us up there, so we had a great old time in Whangarei for a couple of days. Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there, boss.
The issue was it's about shared learning. And you all come from different perspectives, and we've got unfortunately we'll talk about a little bit of a rule book that we've got to comply with, and that's can be a challenge. But that's what I actually love, is actually working within that rule book. It's what you want to achieve, and saying, okay, if that's what you want to achieve, how can we legally do it? Rather than saying, no, the rules don't allow you to do it. Sometimes I'll actually say, look, let's don't even go there, we can't do that, and I've got some examples of that later on.
Okay, I'm Kay McCauley, first time councillor. And I was partner in Wellington KPMG, but if I could say quickly, one thing I know about accounting, I was the first non-accounting partner without an accounting degree, and first woman actually.
So what was?
I did strategy,
Yep.
strategy, IT strategy, that's process re-engineering stuff.
I don't have an accounting degree either,
Oh, right.
but I'm a CA.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, so I did it, right?
Yes, I had to do the acceptance training. So
Yeah. So in the back, we've got.
I've been on the Martinborough ward.
Yep.
I've been involved with trying to get better rates for farmers. At the present time, farmers get screwed, and urban ratepayers get subsidised.
Oh, well, let's not have political statements, thanks. All right, this is about workshop, about sharing process and ideas. So basically, I do have some facilitation tools. There is no such thing as a dumb question, only a dumb answer. So if you ask a good crunchy question, crunchy. All right, or if or you make a good crunchy comment, you get a crunchy. I do now, because of the limited supply issues, I used to have Moro golds for golden questions. So I've just got a Moro bar.
Got it cheap.
Sorry?
You've gone cheap.
Minus one. And others. That I will award the chocolates as I see fit. No correspondence may be entered into, right?
Lots of comment though.
Sorry?
Lots of comment.
Absolutely. Right, so basically, now what we've got is, as I said, there might be some, you might suddenly think of a question. What we're going to do is run the car park at the end on the whiteboard and basically say, look, let's hold that question because it's better dealt with at a later stage in the day. So we'll use the car park, obviously participate, respect people's opinion. And as already been alluded, we want to get out of here. I've got a flight to catch tonight, so I don't really want to miss that. So sometimes we might say, look, we just need to, we've debated that, let's just move on. Everyone happy with that? There we go. So we'll basically get three sessions tonight. The first is, what are rates? Right? And what's the purpose of rates? Why are they there? What's the legislative requirement? And one of the outcomes we are working on is updating our revenue and financing policy. And then the next step is actually to update the rates. And we'll go through why we need to follow that process. Now, the previous council, which we've got three, they started reviewing the revenue and financing policy and they landed at step one, and we want to review that. Now, why we did that and didn't actually start it from now, if we were to start the revenue and financing policy now, and I've got two councils that I'm working with doing a plan to review their revenue and financing policy, we will probably finish those revenue and financing policies sometime about this time next year. So that was really important that the previous council kicked this process off. And then what we want you to do today is to review where they have landed. And we've got some options for you to consider about what are the next steps. We're not saying is you must follow what they did, absolutely not. It's actually so you understand where they have, and we will actually then talk about that. And then too is we'll probably spend a little bit of time, well, where to from here? What's the process? And an indicative timeline. We actually have a couple of timelines, and then we want to work through you about what you want to achieve as the new council. Everyone happy with that? So, what we're going to talk about in session one, what are rates? And there are two legal requirements I'll delve into, and this is where you're confusing with rates. Believe it or not, there is no one single source of the truth for rates. The process is actually split over two pieces of key legislation. One is the Local Government Act 2002, and the other one is the Local Government Rating Act 2002. Now, can anyone, these guys are not allowed to answer questions, even no matter how new they are. Can anyone tell me which piece of legislation actually came first?
I've always assumed it was the top one.
Sorry?
I've always assumed it was the top one.
No.
Trick question.
They actually had the Rating Act was introduced first. Okay, and then they introduced the Local Government Act, and that was not made operative, that's district plan, but became received royal assent on the 23rd of December 2022. So actually it was Christmas Eve when
2002.
Sorry, 2000.
All right.
20 years ago. Sorry. Yeah. So so that's, and because they interact, and believe it or not, just about every year there has been changes to the Local Government Act, and for quite some time, every 2 or 3 years, there were significant changes to the Local Government Act, particularly in what the bean counters look at it, which is Schedule 10, and that tells us what we need to include where. And they kept on changing Schedule 10 in terms of what we needed to disclose in, and we'll talk about it later on, what is known as a rating funding impact statement. That caught a few councils out. So that's the problem we've got. So we need to comply with both pieces of legislation, and we'll steer you in that direction. We're going to talk about what are rates. We actually talk about the process for setting rates. So what is the process we've got to follow? Now, interestingly, it's complicated. For my sins, I review a number of processes, and every time I review someone's rates, whether it's the funding impact statement or the rates resolution, I find a minor mistake. So interestingly, there are a number of us a couple of us who do this. We actually say, to the best of our knowledge, we believe your rates are actually correct. However, it's so complicated, it's easy just to make a simple mistake and invalidate your rates. So that's the challenge that everyone has. And I see Charlie nodding at me. Even I have actually reviewed rates processes that have been reviewed by some lawyers, and I have found mistakes.
Given that it's such an important topic,
Yep.
we made it so difficult. Why don't we make it just a bit clearer and easier to do and a bit more?
Oh, look at that. That's easier.
Okay.
You're not allowed to hold it.
Oh, don't you worry.
That's your rule. You can do whatever you like with it. You can trade them if you don't like them.
No.
You can save them up. I mean, I actually had one lady who had 4 kids, so her objective was to get 4 equal chocolates by the end of the day. Absolutely. There's actually good and bad reasons. The good reason is what is a consequence if you don't pay your rates? The ultimate consequence.
Don't get services.
No.
Lose your house.
Sorry?
Lose your house.
You lose your house. Absolutely. So if you don't pay your taxes, what happens?
Go to jail.
No.
Bankruptcy.
No, they can basically, you just declared bankrupt, which is, but it's actually, it's easier to sell someone's house than bankrupt them. Okay. So, you know, we've got, now that's actually quite a draconian result for someone who doesn't pay their rates. So that's why Parliament, bless the little cotton socks, decided to make it so complicated. Because, and we have to get it right, because the ultimate is that we sell your property. In fact, it's actually easier if you've got a mortgage. Because if you've got a mortgage on your property, after, remind me, is it
3 months, so it's got to be overdue for 3 months of previous rating.
for the previous year? Yes. All right. See how complicated it is? Even like, no, right. So it's got to be from last year, but it's got to be overdue for 3 months. So these lovely people can actually then say, write to your bank and say, please pay the rates for this particular person because it's outstanding. And guess what? The bank have to do it. They don't have a choice. So that's why. Now, there is a little bit of light reading, if you haven't read it already, called The Future of Local Government. That's got a section on funding, and they have said, look, the current process is too complicated. Totally agree with that. To me, there needs to be, rather than spread over 2 pieces of legislation, needs to be put in one piece of legislation that needs to be updated for all local government income. So you've also got, outside of rating, you've got the Building Act, you've got the RMA, you've got the Liquor Licensing Act, you've got myriads of little bits of acts that allow council to charge fees and charges. To me, we should actually have the local government via a funding act, which allows us to recover both rates and fees and charges and anything else in one piece of legislation. It would make life so much easier. Because the minute they change one bit of legislation, there's consequences, and that's where mistakes happen. We're then going to talk about what are the options and types of rates that you're allowed. So Hamilton City, how many rates do they have? Anyone a ratepayer there? Anyone want to guess?
Is that the place that's got 43 or something?
No,
Have they got targeted rates?
no.
No?
They've got a total of 4 rates.
Right.
And most of those, so they've basically got one general rate, including the UAGC, and then they've got a couple of 3 others minor targeted rates, and that's it. So basically they've got a total of 4. Do you know how many Southland had a number of years ago?
Something like 103 or something.
No, it's over 300.
Over 300.
Okay, Western Bay, when I was there, we had over 108. Okay. Different rates. Now, that's when I arrived, we actually stripped it down, but that, no, that is a political choice. Now, what are the consequences of having so many rates?
Everybody's paying something different. Everyone's
Yeah,
rated in a different.
And there's huge cost of running it.
huge cost, absolutely. You've only got 1 more to go before you're back into a level the same. Okay, so interestingly, you know, the more rates you have, the more difficult it becomes to actually identify who should be paying what rate. And particularly, you know, when I was at Western Bay, we almost had 1 staff member, and all they did was update the property changes because we had lots of growth. And when you got lots of those growths, you actually had to make sure that the new property was paying
What rates?
the right rates. Absolutely. Whereas Hamilton, it's just everyone pays the same rate in Astoria. So, and then we're going to, and we'll bring in Charlie and talk about what are your existing rates and why are they there, right? It's not about the rationale, but just so you understand what the current position is. We've got a relatively simple rates. Now, a number of years ago, there was a proposal by the Local Government Commission to create 1 council in the Wairarapa. I was engaged by the Local Government Commission to assess all the 3 councils' rates. And I concluded, now there's probably a bit of bias in here, because I helped the council develop its rates a number of years ago, that you actually probably had the most simplest rates across the 3 councils. While I chair Masterton's Audit and Risk Committee, I would say they've got the most complex. And I'll tell you why later. All right? So that's your existing rates.
Great, thank you. Is there like a happy balance or even a benefit to, obviously, if you've got too many and it's too complicated, it's costly from an administration point of view, but is there a happy balance for the community where it benefits more or less?
And I'll come on to that. To me, that's your view. Now, why I picked on Hamilton City, generally what I see is cities, they basically have got a view that everyone is in the city and everyone pays, generally. That's the general rule. Whereas rural communities have often different communities who are actually perceived to receive different services. And we'll unpack that later on, because I think that's really an important point about the services. So that's session 1. So we'll move right into it. So, legal requirements. You must have a revenue and financing policy. You cannot set your rates without actually having a revenue and financing policy. Okay? You've got to have it. It also must link into the long-term plan. So here's some more lingo for you. I was in the session yesterday and we were talking about LGFA and people say, what's LGFA and who's OAG? Right, welcome to local government. You've got to learn all these 3-letter acronyms. So it's got your long-term plan, which talks about what you're going to do for the next 10 years. Within that, you've got to have, as part of that process, you've got to have a revenue and financing policy. The purposes also talks about each activity that you have, you've got to describe how that is being funded. Now, welcome to local government. when I joined local government in 93, it took me 18 months to understand the finances in any detail. Because it was a funny term that my finance manager kept on referring to, well, Philip, how are we going to fund that? And I go, what do you mean, Murray? What do you mean fund it? He wasn't that great at communicating. He was actually one of those typical accountants. You actually want in a glass box and you feed paper under the door and he feeds the answer back out. Right? He was great at he was great at his job. He knew his job backwards. But so what we mean by funders, how do we pay for it? What tools do we use? Now, do we borrow? Do we use fees and charges to pay for that expenditure? Do we use rates? What sort of rates do we use? That is what we in the sector talk about, how we fund things. It's how we pay for it. And of course, we've got a multitude of different sources that we've got now in our hip pocket that we can choose from. And this is really important. This is council's view on how things should be paid for. So that's why Hamilton City, they're basically saying everybody should be paying the same. In my city that I reside next to, Tauranga have gone, they're a city, so you'd expect they would be similar to Hamilton, would you not agree? They have identified that commercial and industrial create significant traffic issues for Tauranga. So they have said, as their view, that those groups of properties should pay more. So that is their view, which is different to Hamilton's view. What's wrong with it? Now, previously, where people get confused, they talk about public-private good and what services are being delivered. That came out of the 96th Amendment Act, which was replaced by the 2002 Act. If you look closely at the Local Government Act 2002, there is no public-private split required. And a lot of councils still refer to, and we think that these people benefit from that service. Therefore, they're public good, it's a private good, therefore they should pay for it. Now, that was a requirement of the 96 legislation, which required the council to undertake an economic assessment.
We still apply that in our thinking at the moment, do we not? Did we not?
No, you don't. You don't.
Sure. Okay.
You think about, we'll come about what, that in the car park, right? What? And people get confused about public versus private versus what's referred to in the current act. Okay. It's also, you must include in your LT. Oh, thanks, Martha. You're welcome. You must detail what types of rates you're going to use in your long-term plan. You don't actually have to specify the exact detail in the long-term plan, but you've got to. And this becomes problematic because if you've got your long-term plan, your revenue and financing policy, and all of a sudden someone wants to introduce a new targeted rate, can you do it or not? No. Right? You can modify your rate, but you can't introduce a new one without actually going through a revenue and financing policy. It also,
so your financing policy can't say in the mix of tools we have, we may include targeted rates.
the word, you can't say may.
We will.
We will.
Right.
Okay.
So that's the issue then for the forestry one, which is very topical. Currently, we could put a targeted rate on forestry. We would have to do it as part of our long-term plan and.
Or you, no, part of your revenue and financing policy. You have to amend your revenue and financing policy.
Yeah.
Which we do as part of the long-term plan.
Yes. Or you can do it any.
You can do that. Yeah, you can do that.
But, and you, this is the tricky bit. If you significantly amend your revenue, then you've got to amend your long-term plan. But that's actually moving a whole lot of money from a general rate to a targeted rate. But if it's moving it within the targeted rates, you don't have to amend your long-term plan. Confused?
It would count as a significant change.
Yeah, well, that's the question I was going to ask. Then if we added another type, if we wanted to change that, that would be a consultation.
Yeah.
Oh, you significantly that's going on. Yeah.
Trigger areas.
got
It's policy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, your revenue and financing policy, you've got to consult. Period. And not, you can't just say, and it's got to be the full statutory.
So hence you do it as part of the long-term plan, otherwise there's an extra cost to it.
Or you could do it as part of an annual plan, if you choose to consult as part of your annual plan. But that puts pressure on the finance team, all right? So we need to talk about that as to where to from here at the end of the day. Now, interestingly, the Act says you may have a rates postponement policy and you may have a rates remission policy. So what's the consequence if you decide not to have either of those policies?
Bankrupt.
No? Oh,
Or sell up the property.
sorry?
So then if someone was like, you would have to take them to court, wouldn't you? Like you'd have to go and get their property.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the rating act, so this is the linkage between the two acts. The local government act says you may have a policy, but the rating act says you can only remit if you have a postponement policy. All right, so that's where that interlinkage is a bit of a pain. Right, moving on. Okay, so that's what I was talking about before. When you set the rates, you've got to comply with the Local Government Act. So you need to create what is known as a rating and funding impact statement. We call it a FIS.
Well,
What?
we do, but remember yesterday we introduced the FIS. It's a nice table that accountants love with figures in lines. The RFIS, the rating FIS, is lots of words.
Lots of words and a few numbers.
Yes, yes.
All right. Now, interestingly, where do you think the rating FIS is actually specified? The requirements of it.
Local Government Act.
Sorry?
Local Government Act.
Local Government Act. Absolutely. Not in the rating act.
Just because it's the opposite of where you'd expect to find it.
Yeah.
You understand local government?
Yeah, we don't want to have that.
You're at home.
So exactly. So that's and unfortunately, the Minister of Local Government, the guy with the yellow jacket and Dancing with Stars, decided to change the Local Government Act, particularly Schedule 10, and change the requirements and disclosure of the rating funding impact statement. It took some councils a couple of years to catch up. Because I remember looking at when I went back to Western, how could these guys aren't come? Oh, okay, yes, I understand it did comply then, but they had to change it because the Act changes. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about before. And the rates must be consistent with the rates in your annual plan must be consistent with your rating funding impact statement in your long-term plan. And that's the trouble. So if you're introducing a new targeted rate, you've got to be a little bit careful how you go about that process. Right, so here's a quick, right? People who don't like words, who like pictures. I'll come around this way. Then I'm not
All right. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right. It's good.
In Periscope.
Right? Yeah. I thought I was transparent. So here, when you're developing your rating, so your revenue and financing policy and link to rates, first of all, you start with your activities. So your activity might be roading, it might be water supply, who knows what's going to happen with that. It might be dog control, it might be animal control, and we'll talk about that later on. But the requirement is you've got to consider each activity. It's a legislative requirement. So once you go to revenue and financing policy, that actually is a lead policy. It leads other policies. I've got financial contributions. You can have development contributions. And interestingly, North Shore City had development contributions, and their development contribution policy was inconsistent with the revenue and financing policy. And guess what happened?
They got challenged.
They got taken to court by the Neil Group and lost because of, I mean, there were three problems, and that was one of them. It also talks about a treasury policy. Now, the technical term for the treasury policy is your liability and management policy and your investment policy. My view is you actually combine the two together and call it a treasury policy. But the revenue and financing policy says this is when we're going to go, this is when we're going to borrow. The treasury policy says this is how we will borrow. Right? If you're lucky enough, like South Taranaki, to have $100 million plus in the bank, their revenue and financing policy tells the investment policy how it's going to use those investment funds and the criteria for it. So that's the linkages. As I talked about over here, your rates, remission and postponement policies. Now, interestingly, Bay of Plenty Regional Council introduced a targeted rate to clean up particularly the nitrate levels flowing into Rotorua lakes from the farms. However, there were some farms that saying is we're already doing what you're trying to achieve, so why should we be paying the rates? And they went, fair enough. So what did they do? They introduced a rates remission policy, which required the farmer to apply before 1st of March or 1st of April, I can't remember. Well before the 1st of July, and say, look, I think my farm meets the criteria as set out in your rates remission policy, that I meet what you're expecting me to do to reduce the nitrates in my farm, therefore it's not going to flow into the lakes. And then someone would go and assess it, yes, you're right, and they wouldn't have to pay that rate. But they had to apply before a certain date because the council had a fixed cost. So it actually had to apportion that fixed cost over the remaining properties and exclude that one. Because if they applied after they'd set how much money they needed to recover, the council would actually be short. Now, interestingly, and we're going to talk about it later on, the criteria on how you set rates is quite specific. However, the rates remission policy, there is no criteria set out in the Act. You can do whatever you like. So if you say, we want to rate everybody within this area, oops, but we don't want to rate that group, sometimes it's easier, rather than exclude them through the rating process, direct rating process, is actually to have a remission policy. So your remission policy, you can just write the criteria and they don't have to apply, you just identify the properties. It gives rates remission policies give councils huge flexibility. And in my opinion, it's the most underused bit of legislation in terms of rating around. It gives you huge flexibility. But with huge flexibility, we then transfer, it's a trade-off of flexibility.
You have to do the administration.
To the administration, exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
Isn't that a bit of a fiddle, really? I mean, getting around a system that isn't very efficient.
So a fantastic example would be the wastewater rates.
Yes.
Targeted rate per pan, so per toilet.
Yeah.
Our school has 20 toilets.
Yeah.
If you wanted to give the schools a little bit of a break, your remission policy would be a perfect place to do that. And say for education facilities, we will only charge you to a maximum of
5 toilets or something.
Or whatever you want.
Yeah.
So for every 4 toilets that you want, we'll only write you 1.
Right, okay, yeah.
So for every motelier who's got 20 toilets, for instance, he has to pay $550 a year per pen.
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What do you do, Colin?
I had a motel once.
Yeah. Oh, I announced the conference at the beginning of the meeting. Right. So also, so then what we do down here is that the revenue and financing policy drives through the annual plan or LTP, the rating funding impact statement, which then drives specific rates.
The red line has to account, so the pie still is the pie.
The pie is
So any remission has to be incorporated in the red line to make sure you cover the costs. So if we've got a remission policy, then we still have to actually account for a best guess about what we're going to remit and add that into the plan.
Yes, and that's exactly why Bay of Plenty Regional said you had to apply before first of March to give them time to go and assess and take out, well, okay, we've got this high. Rather than having 100 properties, we've now only got 95 properties. Split that cost over. So you're right, all this is doing, the red line is actually distributing the pie. So your revenue and financing policy isn't going to reduce the total amount of rates payable. All it's doing is it's slicing the pie differently. Right. Moving on. Okay, now, this is the criteria, and it's been paraphrased because I didn't really want to give you chapter and verse. We'd be here all day.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh. Right. So here, there are 2 distinct parts to the process required when you develop your revenue and financing policy. The first one, and it's quite specific, it requires for each activity for you to consider these 5 areas. You've got to consider each 5 of these areas, and your view on weighting is appropriate. The Act says all you've got to do is and you must document it. Failure to document it would actually invalidate your revenue and financing policy.
So this is kind of where that comes in handy, right?
Yes.
Private and public.
Yeah, can I? Yep, you're about 2 seconds ahead of us. All right, absolutely. At least you're with me.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just think. So what the Act requires you to do is to say identify or consider which community outcome the activity primarily contributes to. So welcome to local government. We've got all these wonderful things. You know, you've got to talk about the community outcomes. Some councils have triage, trees of them, some of them have 3. Now, the rationale for this is why are you doing or providing this activity to the community? Is part of the rationale for it. Now, there is a couple of councils that have gone into quite a lot of detail with their community outcomes, and they have linked it to activities. That actually says, well, we're doing this activity because it's benefiting this community outcome, which is for the purposes of X, Y, and Z. So it helps inform the reader why you're doing it. This is the public versus private split. And it says distribution of benefits. In your view, who is benefiting from this activity? It could be, and it's your view of who benefits from that activity. Is it, and the legislation is quite specific, it says, is it the whole community? Is it part of the community? Or is it individuals? Which is where So, you know, where that public-private good splits, it's probably more on individuals versus part or whole of the community. And you've got to be careful with economists because they say on one hand it can, private good can be this, and on the other hand it could be that. So we've moved away from private versus public, and we're saying is, and in your policy column it says is it the whole community and people of public good, or is it individuals? But to me the issue is, well, if a part of a community is benefiting, is that public or private?
So we still debate that when we're setting fees and charges, though, do we?
Fees and charges.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because if individuals are benefiting, it obviously fits really nicely to a fee and charge because you can identify the individual.
Yeah, you can.
But where you've got a group benefiting, it's really hard to set a fee and charge for a group. And if the whole community is benefiting. Now, this is one. Welcome to Intergenerational Equity. Was introduced back in 96. And it's basically you identify how long the expenditure within that activity is going to last. And that can vary. You build a new wastewater treatment plant, might last 25 years. You build a
50.
Sorry?
50.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, wastewater treatment plant,
Yeah.
if you put a new pipe in the ground, might last 100 years.
Correct.
Well, it might be there for 100 years.
Yeah.
Might not be worth it.
Might be worth it, but it's providing a service to the community.
Yes.
Well, might last, might only comply for 25 because they comply. Oh, they changed the.
Yeah, I know. It's all right. Yeah, we know. Yeah.
Get your point, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, the next one is called exacerbators. People who, by their action or inaction, create a need for the activity. So it's someone doing something or someone not doing something that creates the need for that activity. Any examples?
Dog pounds,
Sorry?
dog pounds.
No, new developments would be a good example, would it not? Where you need to have exacerbators, for instance, if they don't do what they're asked to do, then that becomes,
Yeah, but if they don't actually, so an exacerbator would be if a developer doesn't put in the pipes to the required.
Correct, yeah.
Yes, that would be that because of their inaction.
Yep.
Someone who drops rubbish.
Fly tipping.
Yeah. By their action, they are creating a cost to a council. I'm trying to avoid dogs.
But it is a dog pound. It's an action of a.
It's people who don't control their dogs create the need for council to have a dog pound. You are required under another piece of legislation to actually have an animal control, dog control activity, two pieces of legislation. Right, okay. Then this is a funny one. I don't know why they put this in. They basically the costs and benefit of funding the activity separately from others. So the first thing is, do you actually want to amalgamate that activity? And let's talk about so within the building activity, you've got a number of sub-activities. So you've got your public inquiries, you've got your building processing, you've got your inspections, you've got your code compliance, and you've got your project management information. Right, excuse me. So if you wanted to, you could actually, in part of your revenue and financing policy, you could actually go through and do this assessment for each of those sub-activities. Your rationale for not doing it is often talked about in here. It's also, this is a bit of a, it's a two-legged bit of legislation. You can also use it to saying is, well, should we actually charge separate people within this as well? And that's come out of the Auckland rating case.
What can you give us an example on that? What?
Well, for example, what Auckland did with the, referred to as the bed tax, but the.
Bed tax, yeah.
The bed
Yeah,
tax,
yeah.
they said that we think there are benefits in actually rating for this separately to the other parts.
So we could have the same with the likes of our homestays and our Airbnbs and that sort of thing. That's
Very careful.
yeah, I'm using
Be
it.
very careful.
Yeah.
They currently, the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Because you know what happened with the Auckland bed tax case?
Yeah. So,
Oh, no, so, yeah. So Auckland created this tax for tourism activity.
Yeah.
And it basically said the costs we think should be shared home using all these, particularly this one, and this one here, should be shared home to the accommodation providers. Funnily enough, the accommodation providers didn't like it. So they took Auckland Council to the High Court. The High Court said, well, we agree with Auckland Council. They couldn't have done it, couldn't follow the process in a better way. We support Auckland Council. Okay, the bed tax or the hotel providers, accommodation providers didn't like that, so they went to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal says, oh, that's totally unreasonable. No commercial organisation to do that, therefore we're actually saying it's wrong. Okay, you've got the High Court saying this one thing, and then the Court of Appeal saying something different. Now, interestingly, the judges on the High Court had a policy background. The judges on the Court of Appeal had a commercial background with no experience in public policy. So it's now been appealed to the Supreme Court.
But I thought the key issue was largely around nobody particularly objected to the basic concept, but in practice, the only people who were being picked were the hotels.
Yeah, that's right.
Because they were easy to identify.
Yeah.
But a number of other accommodation were getting away scot-free.
No, so over a period of time, Auckland Council progressively identified all accommodation providers. What the accommodation providers objected to was that there were other people benefiting from tourism expenditure, such as bars, restaurants, and other commercial establishments. That's their basis of appeal.
So why are we getting taxed just because we have a bed when other businesses?
Well, no, we're not having got a bed. We are providing accommodation now. Interestingly,
I could argue that's a two-way street though, right?
can I just yeah, why within the Rating Act, we'll come and unpick that shortly. There was ability in the bill to actually charge per bed. But that was removed by a certain Prime Minister.
JK,
Sorry?
doesn't matter.
So therefore, by charging per bed is actually probably, even if you came up with a proxy for charging by bed, it would be declared invalid by the High Court because you're trying to circumvent what Parliament wanted. So what they said was that we're using capital value as a proxy, to recover the cost. So it's not really a bed tax at all. So that's the principle on which Auckland had their case. Now, initially, I think one of the issues was that they said that 100% of the tourism entity that they were making a contribution should be recovered from this targeted rate. I think they watered it down. So your question?
I was just saying, you could argue it was a two, I'm not here to litigate the whole thing, but you could argue that it was a two-way street that, you know, people going to restaurants and bars, etc., need a bed to sleep in for the night, so.
Yeah, all right, so you look, and
One can't exist without the other, right?
and this is, yeah, exactly, and this is, you know, what's quite clear is it's in council's view. So council providing it's documented its process, but unless it's unreasonable, the court's unlikely to overturn it. Now, I could just got another couple of cases for you. Here is the next stage. So this is what the previous council has landed. They've just done that. The next stage is actually more important. You've got more flexibility to amend where the rates actually land. And it's a bit of a funny bit of legislation. It's saying, what is the overall impact? And this is council view. What is the overall impact on the application of liability for revenue, i.e., where are rates and fees and charges and all our revenue going to sit? And what's the impact on our community, considering the current and social, so that's both now and the future, social, economic, environmental, and cultural well-being of the community. What the hell does that mean? Okay. Let's transport yourself to Wairoa. Wairoa has, what would you call it, a deprived community? Its community struggles from an economic perspective. Once upon a time, Wairoa was a bustling community. It had lots of farms, lots of employment. Over a large number of years, and it's still continuing, a lot of those farms now have been planted out in forestry.
It's happening out the back here in Martinborough as well.
Yeah. So with forestry, now this is unique to Wairoa, that when a forestry is actually planted out, because it's now forestry, it actually has a lower capital value than a farm, even if it's the same block. The next issue for Wairoa, and probably more important, is that once that farming block used to actually generate lots of employment, both locally and on the farm and off the farm in terms of support, now the forestry owners bring in staff from Gisborne and Napier to work on the block and take them home again. They don't even come into town to buy their lunch because they're out in the boondocks. So there is no economic benefit for Wairoa in terms of the forestry blocks. Not only that, is with the slash, when it is harvested, ends up in their rivers, washes their roads out, washes their bridges out, council ends up costing council a lot of money. Also, when the forestry blocks, even though they access the state highway, they'll actually often block the roads to get the forestry gear on and off the state highways. So there is actually a significant impact on the community of the forestry blocks.
Huge social impact too.
Farming community. Yeah, exactly. So they said, look, social, economic, environmental, this is a huge cost to our community. We're going to then charge a differential on forestry to the tune of over three times. The forestry owners didn't like that. They went to the High Court, and guess what? They won. No, Wairoa won. They said, look, this is not about the overall benefit to New Zealand of forestry. I say, well, forestry is a good thing because it generates all these jobs and it reduces, produces the carbon sink, et cetera, And we said, well, that's no good for the people of Wairoa. We're actually subsidising New Zealand Inc. That's not in our mandate, right? You're causing us social, economic, environmental harm, and we think using this bit of the legislation, you should pay more. And the High Court says, yeah, we agree. Interestingly, it has been appealed, and that appeal is set down for July next year.
I thought it was this year. Oh, no, so this coming, sorry, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so that's the flexibility that you actually have. Interestingly, Hutt City has got a little mall called Queensgate. What does Queensgate do to the rest of the economic well-being of the CBD.
Huge impact.
It's terrible.
Sorry?
Just about killed their high street.
Killed High Street.
Right. Economic impact. So guess what? Up the city, they've got a special differential for Queensgate. Queensgate didn't like it. They made submission to the annual plan process. They didn't appeal, but paid it. Because the Gills Council, it was robust, it was reasonable. So this gives you lots of flexibility.
I don't know if this is going to be covered later. I'm sure you're aware we've got a problem in Featherston with derelict buildings in the commercial area. Is this something that can?
Christchurch City, look.
I think that's a crunchy bar question right there, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
I thought he wasn't around here.
You can't say so.
You eat yours now because then I won't feel so bad.
What I'm going to do is in probably about 20 minutes, we'll break for a quick pitch the beats.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. Right, okay. Okay. That's all right. I should have known this, and I should have organised my slides appropriately. Right. So basically, what we have started with this council is a first principles review of the revenue and financing policy. And basically, it requires you to go through 16 steps. So basically, the previous council said, yes, we need a first principles approach. So they have started that. They looked at some of the issues, which is a number of the issues like forestry, Airbnb. We actually haven't reviewed it in detail for 9-10 years. I can't remember the times. We've done a high-level review to say, does the revenue and financing policy still reflect what we want to do, which is you're required to do every 3 years. So the council did that for the last LTPs, and it's decided that we actually need this done and dusted for the next LTP. Now this one here.
Thanks.
You're welcome. It's check the accuracy of the RID. So here's another 3-letter acronym for you. The Rating Information Database. So that actually talks about, well, you can describe it. I'm sick of talking. What's in the RID?
Every single property
Yeah.
in the district, including ownership details, size of the property, the use of the property is categorised by quotable value, land value, improvements value, capital value, details of rates that are charged.
Number of toilets.
Yes, for commercial.
Yes, it does for commercial.
Commercial.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I just realised there was four toilets in my house.
Ah,
Right, hang on. Thanks.
Yeah, yes.
Right there. Let's dispel the 4 toilets in the house. I've also got 4 toilets in the house. Yeah. I know, we used to have one. But the issue is a PAN for a residential can only be a maximum of 1. It's in the rating act.
Oh.
Okay, so you can't.
Charges can only be for 1. That's what you're saying. Yeah, no matter how, if you've got a multiple of toilets.
Yeah, that's right.
So on that, so you know the information, so our rates at home, we're under rating of what they call special rural on ratings, but on the town maps, we're not actually in a special rural area. How does that work?
Where is it on the?
Just out of curiosity.
Oh. Can I help? So. When they disappear. When I see, this is the other bit of legislation I haven't put under here, right? You've got the value of rules, value in general makes rules in terms of categories of rating and how rating should take place. Special values were established by the value in general. They got rid of quite some time ago.
Right. So
Okay.
it's written on there for that.
We only rate rural and urban
Yeah.
commercial. In terms of the definition of your land, that is a land use issue, not a rating issue.
But yeah, on the town maps, James said he doesn't know what's on our rates because we're not actually in a special rural area. So while
Are you still rural?
Yes,
Yeah, it's still classed as rural. There's no
Classed as rural for
difference
rating.
basically
Rural
town and
versus
special
rural.
rural, like there isn't really
This is rural.
rural and lifestyle.
Yeah,
It's still-
Can we take that question offline?
lifestyle
Yeah,
is
still
rural.
rural.
Now, so they also, and this is part of today for you, understand what your current rating system does and how it works. Then complete, and this is again, more lingo for you. Complete a funding needs analysis, which is that, okay, let me go back, which is basically called a funding needs analysis. So we've identified for each activity how each activity should be funded. It's called a funding needs analysis, and it's called step one. And it's really important that when we go through this process, as these guys say, 1, 2, 3, no, it's really important to actually stay pure. And look, we're looking at step one at the moment. Now you're in step two, come back to step one. Because it's all about the process, getting the process right. Because if you stuff up the process, that's when the legals will come and say, oh, you missed a step here. Your process is invalid, and therefore your rates are invalid. And we don't have to take the data over again. And that's not pleasant, trust me.
Have we completed that, the FNA?
Correct, we have completed that. And what we want you to do is we will go through it sometime today in detail and say, collectively, do you agree with it and agree with it? Do you want to modify it, or do you want to start again? And I'm shaking about starting again. Okay?
It did take, what, 2?
Three sessions. We basically did it in 3 sessions.
Yeah.
It was 2 full days.
Yeah.
And everyone was rather knackered at the end of the days, including the facilitator.
And you're saying that if we started that again, not only would it be those 2 days, it's going to push the timeline massively.
Yeah, and the question I have, is there anything that you violently disagree with?
Yeah.
Because there is a whole lot of other interventions as well. But if we can modify it, and that's fine, but let's just park that, okay? Let's move on.
we discuss later what those other interventions?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So the first step is we're going to, now we haven't done this yet because we want you to confirm the funding needs analysis. The first thing we're going to do in this session, once you've agreed that, is then to say what is the pure impact, and it's going to be pure, it's going to be at the high level in terms of rates. And then we're going to say, do you want, this is your intervention, do you want to update the funding needs analysis based on what you have seen already? And then we're going to come back and model, and you think this is a simple exercise, trust me, I can, it takes anything from, all going well, 2 to 4 workshops where we come back with different iterations. It's because we need to make sure it's right. The risk is that, that we do it at a high level, and then, oops, we find this outlier here, or so we need to make sure that we've got everybody in, and that's why it's really important that we check our rating information database. And we'll bring options, we'll talk about those options. Then you draft your reference financing policy with all the other rating policies. You draft the proposal, and it's called an SOP, Statement of Proposal. You then go out and consult with the community. And once we get closer to that in the new year, we might talk about how you want to consult with your community and when you want to consult with your community. Maybe one option is actually to put various groups in a room and ask them to say, this is what we are proposing, what do you think? Okay, and actually have different groups within a little group, a subgroup to work through, so they understand each individual perspective, because well, one group might say we are being treated unfairly, the other group says we're being treated unfairly, we actually need the land to make this happen. Then you formally hear submissions, so this is a formal process. You update the policies, you adopt your new policies, you set the rates, and then you implement.
Simple, easy.
Piece of cake, done by Christmas.
Yeah, right.
I didn't say which Christmas. Okay?
Not this one.
Yeah, not this Christmas.
All the news, really.
Okay. Hey, now might be a good
I
time.
was gonna say,
Yeah, I was going to take a break because we're going to actually just understand what our rates.
While we're taking a break, can you just flick back to the previous page? Because I'm trying to write it down.
Oh, we're going to.
We'll send you a copy of.
We'll send you a copy.
Okay, cool, right.
I've got a hearing.
Okay, we probably could do it now.
Oh,
We
okay.
Everything was there.
Could we do what?
Yeah.
email a copy out now.
Amy.
All right.
Yeah.
What, 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Half an hour?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? 10? Okay. Make it 25 past. Being a little bit generous.
12 minutes.
12 minutes. Well, that's a typical accountant's thing because they pick up the unit.
Yeah, that's a different order.
Don't even want to know.
Tax on land.
At least it's not a flake.
I'm gonna have to be smarter and faster.
Yeah.
Have you given away the flake yet?
No.
Yeah,
Martin,
Martin.
some people don't like crunchies or moros. Then I say, can I have a flake, please?
Yes.
Okay. So basically where the rates are a tax comes from the Woolworths case. Now Woolworths and others versus Wellington City Council. And where did it ultimately end up and why is it so such a leading case?
I do
Went to the
remember.
highest court of the land.
I can't remember the detail. I remember. Because you've used this as an example before.
Yeah, but I haven't told you this one, Colin.
Right.
Yeah, not from the.
So it went all the way to the Privy Council. So that's why it's actually considered. You can't, well, it could have gone to the House of Lords, but they don't tend to look at New Zealand cases in the House of Lords.
Privy Council.
Sorry?
You go to the Privy Council.
It went to the Privy Council, yes. And the guy who took it to the Privy Council was a guy called Timothy Solder. He was a supporting, and he's a now consultant for Simpson Grierson. He was a partner in Simpson Grierson, and he had a significant hand in writing the Rating Act. In fact, I was doing some work for a council and I rang up and I go, Jonathan, I'm working on such and such accounts. I got permission to talk to you. I'm reading the Act and I interpret this section this way. Is that right? And he goes, absolutely. If you refer to section blah, blah, blah at the back of the Act, that reinforces it. Thanks, Jonathan. Bye. $500 later.
Yeah.
You got it. Yeah. That's why I was trying to be. Right. So rates are a tax. So they are set to recover the services provided to the community by the council. So it's not about services to individual properties or groups of properties. So it's about saying that we're providing these services to the community and we've got to consider a whole lot of factors.
So whether you use them or not, we're providing them. You'll be taxed.
It's not you.
No,
So it's not
exactly.
user pays. In fact, I would actually say they're actually a gross wealth tax. And I'm going to pick on Charlie here, right? Charlie has got $1 million house. Yeah. Kirsty, on the other hand, has a $500,000 house. So therefore, in the eyes of the government who wrote the rules, says Kirsty has a higher taxation to pay than Kirsty. We don't know. This is where Kirsty likes it. Charlie's got a $900,000 mortgage with interest rates going through the roof, where Kirsty doesn't have a mortgage at all. I don't have. Okay. Right? That doesn't matter as far as the legislation is considered. It doesn't matter that Charlie doesn't get any income off her property because she has got a mansion, but Kirsty actually has also sublet her house as well and getting a whole lot of additional income. That doesn't matter. It's not income tested. Now, if you read the Future of Local Government report and the funding, they're saying is the tools need to change to actually allow councils to actually consider people's economic things. Goodness knows how that's going to happen, because then we become the IRD or in that avenue.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's your territory, Charlie.
I know you are. Yeah. We don't have that information.
No.
So basically what we're saying is the tools given to us by central government, it's a gross wealth tax.
Yeah, could I add on that? Wouldn't it make more sense if it was just based on income?
But okay,
Just like.
It's a play.
How do you determine it?
I don't like, I'm vegan, I'm not vegan.
The question is, but isn't the government already doing it? So aren't we just
Yeah.
duplicating what government are already doing? So why bother?
So it's going to be a proportion of that.
But then they're
Treasury,
trusts and all those other things and how to determine their income and.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's to me, it's horrendously problematic,
Yes,
right?
We get back into that space where it's incredibly hard to administer again.
It's inefficient. So if you look at,
It's already, yeah.
and if you look at the taxation principles, and I haven't talked about those today, they've got to be efficient and effective, right? And easily administered, right? Which means efficient and effective. So, and you avoid duplication.
Yeah, yeah.
So you look at, and in 2004, I went to Dayton, Ohio, of all places, as a managers exchange. So a US manager of a small council came to New Zealand and he sat 2 weeks with us and I went and sat 2 weeks with him. And I looked at their income methods. They've got sales tax. They've got payroll tax available. And they've also got rating.
So that's for local government.
Local government.
Right.
But that's permitted by each state. So each state allows it to happen. But it's quite administratively complex. And the problem you then get into is that this state has a sales tax of 15%, and you go next door and the other state doesn't have any sales tax. So people go across the border because it's cheaper. So there's all sorts of, like the Auckland fuel tax. People living in Pukekohe go to
Just south and.
just south, I can't remember the name of the place, right? No,
Pocono.
no, it's not even Pocono. It's literally just at the end of.
Muku.
Pardon?
One Muku.
Yeah, I can't remember. I'll find it later, right? Even Tuakau, right? They'll go and fill up there because it's saving them 10 cents a litre.
So
That's- yeah. So when, my son's living in Auckland, every time he comes, he fills up at our place. Well, not at our place, but right? So that's the problem you've got in New Zealand. We're actually geographic, even a share of GST. I sat on an officials working party in 2005, and someone says, why don't we actually take a share of GST that's been generated in our district? Well, that's very well, but if you've got BP that's owned by, own all the service stations, where's actually the transaction happening? Right? You buy something online, where's the transaction happening?
There was a remit at local government conference one year with GST proportions here.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, it would be difficult to
I
know.
actually do like that where the funding proposals in the paper produced by Jim Palmer and others saying is where local government is providing things on behalf of central government, that they should actually be paying proportionally towards that. And that to me is fair, rather than this unfunded mandate, and we kept on getting lumbered with all these costs.
But fuel tax is a good example. I mean, we get a proportion of fuel tax.
Diddly squat.
It's not a lot, probably 78K a year or something.
Yeah, but it's.
85.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should be getting, my view is like the same thing, road user charges, when you in this area, it's just like Martin Borough Transport alone spend 1.2 million a year on road use.
On road use.
That's one company.
Yeah, I know. There's a whole lot, yeah. But they would, right, our good friends, the Ministry of Transport would argue that actually that's predominantly the state highway. I know. There's also, right?
And they subsidize our rural.
We're not debating central government policy. We're just saying these are constraints that we've got.
So value of property is considered the proxy of what is wealth.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Thank you for summing that up. Right. Oh, thank you. You're a scholar and a gentleman.
With a flag. Flag, gold one. Tell us that. Like,
That's the problem.
Geez, you're a crawler, Alistair. There you go. It's like bringing the school teacher an apple.
Most of it's a bloody morrow there is.
We haven't finished it.
Wait, there's more.
So to me here, the process, you start with your financial strategy. We haven't talked about your financial strategy. Have you introduced?
I introduced it yesterday.
Oh, perfect. Hey.
Please feel free to repeat,
Oh,
but you don't have to.
so the financial strategy, one of the components is about your overall approach to funding. So to me there's two extremes of funding. And I refer to, are you Mother Teresa or are you Tilla the Hun? Are you everyone pays or are you a user pays philosophy in principle? To be honest, there's actually, well, Hamilton is probably everyone pays, but there's various degrees down the scale. And I don't think anyone can actually be totally user pays because we don't actually have the mechanisms through user pays.
Most of it's paying one.
I would say Southland. And Southland, they came from a really complex model to start with and kept that. I don't know, but I've actually looked at Southland's rates for a long time.
They've got so many targeted rates for this little bit of work here and that little project there.
Yeah.
It's not only that, it's they've got so many different communities. You know, for example, they've got the north, you've got northeast Southland and northwest Southland, so with Te Anau, etc., right down to the Catlins, etc. They cover vast amounts of area.
Be interesting.
And Stewart Island, and they've got Stewart Island as well.
Be interesting what the ratepayer satisfaction was, what that compared to the other model, the other extreme.
Yeah, but I think it's courses for courses.
Yeah.
You know, they've actually said, look, we've got these different communities, and I can understand it with Stewart Island.
But so you talk about how with Tauranga doing their rates with the commercial, because they've got the port and everything, so much commercial hub there.
Yep.
And you said Hamilton have that simple process, but Hamilton now has massive commercial infrastructure and that for all their like a freight hubs and that.
Yeah.
Have they considered, you know,
I don't know. I don't work for Hamilton. A colleague of mine does all of Hamilton's work. I tend to play in the small council space. I don't play in the Auckland, Christchurch or Wellington, although I must confess I have been involved in Greater Wellington's rating. Okay.
ain't saying that.
I think we'll hold that against it.
Last year, 12%.
I'm not responsible for the rate increase. It's how big, not responsible for how big the pie is. It's about how the pie has been sliced up. Okay. Let's just be clear of my role here. I've got no ability to influence anyone's how big the pie is. Maybe Western Bay, but it's not good. So to me, that then drives the revenue and financing policy, which goes through your long-term plan, which then goes through your funding impact statement and your rating impact statement, goes to your rates resolution. And that's the last thing you ever see as elected members. And right, from here on, it's council's officers' responsibility. So council officers will actually create the assessment and invoice, and the assessment must comply with the rating Act, some 42, I think, from 42 or 3, I can't remember. It's in the 40s. I just know where to look.
So, Philip, it'd be really important that we get that first phase right from a governance perspective. So we really have to fully understand what the implications are once we give that direction to go.
Absolutely. Now, interestingly, once you have adopted an annual plan, guess what? You can't amend an annual plan. There is no provision to amend an annual plan. You know, one of the primary purposes of the annual plan is?
Budget.
To set the budget and the rates. So that's why they took vision out of consulting, because if your LTP for year 2 or 3 is broadly the same as what you're proposing, why are you telling people, asking to consult on what you've already consulted on? So that's why you can consult, that's your choice, but you don't need to legally consult.
It's called engagement. Isn't it?
Yeah, so
And there's
collection
different-
and recovery, all right?
One of the things that we have in our district is the difference between extremely wealthy and the other end of the. How do you fit, because obviously there's something in the act that says you.
Car park.
Got it.
Cover that later.
Yep. Right. So let's drill down into types of rates that you're allowed. So basically, you are allowed 3 types of rates. You can have a general rate, which everybody pays for. You can have a targeted rate, which includes lump sums, which you don't have. Good. They are horrible. Trust me. I've actually had to unpick a couple. You can also have water by meter as a rate. You currently don't. You use section 12 of the LGA. You could, if you wanted to, move to, but I wouldn't advise it with the report.
Excess user charge.
Yeah. Okay. So now,
Sorry, what did you say, John?
Yeah, what we do excess water charges. So we don't charge for every drop of water by the meter. You get a 350 allowance and above it. Yeah.
section 12, because it's not part of the rate resolution. So anything under that you actually set by way of the rates resolution is considered a rate, including water by meter. But if you don't set it by resolution, you use a fee and a charge, it's not.
4 hours is in our resolution. Okay.
A check. I can find it. Unless I missed it. So basically, Hamilton generally has general rates. Southland has targeted rates, so you actually have a general rate.
So they don't have anything that everyone pays. They just have a whole raft that it's a lolly scramble for everybody.
I wouldn't call it a lolly scramble. That's a little unkind. Okay. Right.
Give her a flake. Yeah.
I think, I think give her a flake.
Give her a flake. Yeah.
Yeah. What's on the ground?
What's the lolly scramble?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but could have actually been crunched.
With Southland,
Yep.
I mean, some of the things that have happened when amalgamations have taken place, is that there's been an agreement that people won't leave their costs into their neighbours, and therefore there's been an understanding for X years that that's what had been.
And yeah, I look.
What's going on down there?
Not quite. I see it happening elsewhere. It does my head in, because when did amalgamation happen?
88, 89.
89?
89.
How long ago was that?
A long time ago.
30 plus years ago.
3.
So don't you think we need to move with the real times? I actually, I'm not going to name the council because we're being recorded and I don't want to get them into trouble. But I reviewed someone's rates and they said all those properties that were affected by the 1989 boundary that remained in X county should pay this rate or this proportionate rate. Oh my goodness. 89 has been sitting there. The whole levels of service, the whole properties within that area have changed dramatically over the last 30 and no, where it is, it's changed dramatically. So why hold on to the past? No, we're going to see more reform. So, so that's what we're allowed to do. So now this is fun. This is where if you have a general rate, you can have it by value, and we're going to unpack what value means shortly. You can have a uniform annual general charge, commonly known as a UAGC. So whenever these people talk about a UAGC, that's the fixed amount. It's fixed amount Now, this is where it becomes interesting. Per rating unit or per separately used or inhabited part of a rating unit. You go, oh my, what does that mean? I need to sit there, right? It's so complicated, and it can be complicated. So per rating unit is basically per title. It's not quite, but it's simple enough. Right? So I have got in town here, I've got a commercial block, and I have got a number of tenants in my commercial block. So I've got a big commercial building, and I've got 4 units, each that has got self-contained. Under your policy, that property pays 1 for annual charge. If you moved and had a definition of separately used inhabited part of a rating unit, you could say for each of those that are separately used, meeting a whole lot of criteria, you could actually get 4 URGCs off that property. So therefore you would actually get 4. Now I know Tauranga well. Tauranga, funnily enough, separately used and have part of a rating unit. Do you know why?
Massive retirement village unit.
Yeah, because each retirement village unit would be covered under a sewer, but if they were using a rating unit, they'd only get 1.
But if they were unit titled, then they would be seen as separate rating units, but if they're licensed to occupy.
The license to, it comes down to the definition of a rating unit. And
very tricky.
it's complicated.
We've got that with orchards in Graciown, obviously.
Well, it's not only that. For example, if you wanted to, you could actually separate out. If you had a sewer policy, you could separate out your winery from your vineyard.
Oh.
Okay, and then your restaurant is actually 3 different businesses. 3 different uses. They'd be used separately. So there's all sorts of, but you've got to be really careful. If you're using this, you've got to get the definition right. And what I would suggest is you craft out what you want, and then we would send it to a legal expert, either Jonathan or someone else. Now, the interesting other thing is you can actually have a general rate which is set differentially. That means that different parts of the community pay a different amount of the general rate. That's what you do here. So your differentials are commercial and rural.
And urban residential.
Yeah, three different.
Yeah, residential is always considered, you always leave it off residential as one. And then you pay proportionally to a residential property. Interestingly, does anyone know what Greater Wellington's differential commercial their general rate for the CBD in Wellington?
Oh, it's a lot more. They're quite expensive there, aren't they?
4 times.
It would be
almost double it.
Yeah, I was going to say double. Yeah.
Okay.
7 times.
7 times.
Wow.
Okay.
No wonder they say they feed the Wairarapa with all their rates they collect in Wellington.
And in terms of their general rate, absolutely.
That's on residential.
No,
just commercial.
So Greater Wellington Council.
Sorry?
So the Greater
Wellington. And Wellington City do something similar, not quite the same degree. I think so. I think it's on that's on the Public Transport Act. But they're different rates. But anyway.
But what is the definition of commercial broadly?
Very good question, Martin.
Banana Christie.
Sold more, I think.
I don't deserve.
Yes, you do. So, guess what?
Chocolate bars and just agents.
Sorry?
The value of the chocolate bars, the perceived value.
It's not an accountant.
Who's not an accountant?
I thought you said you weren't an accountant.
Yeah, by training, I am. I haven't done a set of accounts for years. So you actually define it. And we'll come to this, and we'll car park that question, right? So no car park, it's about 2 slides off. Okay, we don't have a car park, but you actually define. So, moving on, yep.
So that could actually cover things like homestays and B&Bs, couldn't it? Commercially operational.
If you wanted to, yes.
Not that I've got anything against those places.
No, as
In those subcategories like commercial, can you differentiate between sort of retail and hospitality, for example?
if you wanted to,
Given that
if we just
Adds another skill.
hold that question, don't car park it because we're coming on, okay? So basically, the choices of a general rate is the capital value, the land value, or the annual value, but you can only pick one. Yeah, don't shake your head about it, right? No one uses it, and if you even consider it, we'll quit. We're all-
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got a definition coming up. Hold your horses. Right.
Okay.
So basically, the capital value is the market value of the land. Okay, assessed by your. Okay, welcome to some more lingo. VSP is your valuation service provider. In this case, QV. Quoted as. Okay. It's done every 3 years. And this is part of challenges for anybody where you actually have changes within the revaluation that's done every 3 years, distorts how much each sector pays or each individual pays. So we actually talked about the pie. So all the value based does, it actually divvies up the pie. So let's pick on these two again. So remember Charlie, the $1 million house? So Charlie's goes up by 20%. And Kirsty's goes up by 40%.
And value.
For land value, right? Yeah. Their land values go up by that. But the average is 30%. What happens to those individual rates? Charlie's goes down and Kirsty's goes up, but not by
Percentage rise.
it's only the difference between everyone else's.
Difference between the average and what you're.
Yes,
And the,
and it's not total rates because it depends on what other rates you're paying as well. So it becomes horribly complicated. Okay.
This team deserves medals.
oh, yeah.
This is the valuation as of the date of the valuation, with the significantly after there's notified, so the values could go up or down. But that actually causes a lot of consternation. My property is not worth that, but it was worth that 9 months ago. Particularly, I can imagine, you know, some of the, if you're doing a revaluation as of, say, April this year, compared with now, the values in some areas have taken a real plunge. But everyone is done on the same basis.
So, relative.
It's all relative, yeah. Right? It's all we're doing is we're divvying up the pie. Now, interestingly, people might have told people about my brother, who's an economist. He did the initial modelling for Cindy, to Cindy in terms of the lockdown in 2020. As an economist, and he's actually a well-renowned economist in his own field, he didn't even understand that. He said, what's Auckland Council doing? Now they're locking in all their interest rates. And I said, it's because their income is fixed. And he goes, what do you mean? We're having this boom, house prices going through the roof. And I go, yeah, but it doesn't matter. All we're doing is we're divvying up the pie in a different way. Oh, I get it. No? So people don't understand that. So I think the greater the value, the more revenue the council is actually getting. It's not, we're just divvying up, it's how we distribute the pie. Interestingly, with capital, this is going to be, if you choose to look at capital, this is going to be a challenge for you. Because capital includes the value of vines. But if you own forestry, it doesn't include the value of the trees.
Well, that's an anomaly.
Well, it's quite logical when you think about it. Now, it's fine.
Vines give you an income every year. Forestry only give you an income when you harvest 30 years later.
Gives you an income and carbon credits.
Precisely.
Yeah, so what happens now is government?
Then that should be reflected in the land.
But
It doesn't, but it should.
But just excuse me, the vines only give production after 5 years.
Yeah.
So you've got 5 years.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But the value of a 1-year-old vine is probably less than
5-year-old one.
Yeah, because it's the market value of the property.
Yeah.
It's not, but it does include. Now, I used to own a orchard, and I used to in my so my capital value included the value of my trees. When I took them out, it actually didn't make any difference because it was actually the market value. There's also a funny thing that you might or might not see is the tree value on a property. And that's basically, we see a lot in the Bay of Plenty where we've got shelter belts. They value the shelter belts.
But the other thing with this, Phil, which brings back to your point, Aidan, about forestry, of course, is because their value is less, they're paying less rates. And so they're saying, we're paying for the roads as we use it, but they're not using the roads, but then the damage they cause in that very short period of time is not compensated for the rates that we've collected over the 20 years.
Yeah.
That's the big.
That's the conundrum. Yeah. Right. Okay. So that's capital value. Land value, on the other hand, is based on the bare land, okay, which is what you use. The problem with that is, how many pieces of land do you actually have in your district that have got nothing on it? Very few bare sections. And how many sections of bare pieces of land have actually been sold in the last period of time compared with total number of properties? Probably very few. So the valuer needs to do an assessment. They take the sale value and then they deduct the improvement value to come up with the land value. But when you look at what's on the rating database, they've got land value plus improvements equals capital value. You have it. So there is a problem with that. Now, answering your wonderful question, what is annual value? Well, it's no longer used. Auckland Council used to use it, and so did Manukau for a short period of time. And what it is, it's basically saying it's 5% of the capital value of the land. I don't use capital, or at the rent at which the unit would be let, less 20% for houses and buildings and 10% for land. Oh my! Too complicated. Move on. Okay.
Can I ask one other question?
Auckland used it. Auckland and Manukau used it because they actually had lots of commercial buildings, and it reflected a fair value for those commercial buildings. Alistair, question.
Could I ask a question? Capital versus land.
Yep.
How is that reflected in actuals between rural and urban?
I'll show you like.
Yeah. And to me, one of the things that I want to talk about at the end of the day is what do you want to consider as part of step 2, and land versus capital, I think should be on the agenda for you to consider. You may discount it, you may want further information, but I would absolutely recommend.
Need to think about it.
You need to consider it. If you don't consider it, I don't think you've done your job well enough.
We're still one of the few councils that use land value.
There's actually a number, but they're actually ever decreasing. There are very few there are no councils that I've ever heard of that have gone from capital to land. Okay, right. So targeted rates. This allows you huge flexibility, but comes within constraints. So it basically enables you to do all sorts of things. So at the moment, you've got very few targeted rates. So this is where Southland go to the nth degree. So they actually have got a targeted rate for general purposes over an area because it's targeted for that area. It's not across the whole of the district. Okay,
So Greater Wellington use it for rural, for the lower valley, no, for the lower valley water.
That's right.
Water
Yeah,
cap.
but I'm gonna-
they use it for water cat, public transport.
We use it for our
We're
water
paying
race network.
Rates, TWs for the stadium, aren't we?
Yeah, they use it for IT now.
The stadium, yep.
Yeah.
It's a while since I've looked at it. I look at it and then I tend to forget because I deal with so many of them.
We've got a couple, haven't we? I think we've got. It's just finished.
Can we just park that?
Yeah.
We'll come back. Do you have that? Okay, now. So this basically allows you to design on targeting activities on which you think there are specific groups that benefit from expenditure. It's about identifying groups because you don't want to have a targeted rate for an individual property unless it's a really large one like Queensgate North in I mean, I can't remember the percentage, but I think it's about 5% of their total capital value or something, or somehow really quite a high percentage. So it's actually what is known as a standout ratepayer because they are way out on their own. So, okay, you can actually have a targeted rate for one or more activity or groups of activities. So some councils have a facilities rate. Oh, we have a facilities rate, right? Which includes a number of activities, might include parks, libraries.
That's what is the amenities rate.
Yeah, right. And they're actually a number of activities. Or Western Bay, where I live, they've got four different targeted rates for libraries. So we've got the Kitty Library rate, they've got the Imakara Library rate, they've got the Takuna rate, and they've got the Puki Library rate.
So,
Yeah, I know.
yeah, so
I didn't even ask a question.
I know. They actually amalgamated, they had a district library rate, but then it's
So surely that would fit within a UAGC charge across the.
Libraries are currently in the
Eh? Oh, good God. It's a flaky one.
so obvious. Right? You can actually, so a targeted rate can be a fixed amount per property, or it can actually be set differentially, even as a fixed rate. You say, what the hell does that mean? So, for example, I know Whakatane for a while went down and said, we're going to have a pool rate across the whole district, but rural will only pay 50% of our pool rate because they don't have the same availability of the service. They'll only pay 50% of the library rate, which is actually a differential rate. You can also see it, right? And this is what you must do. And it's all gobbledygook down here. I'm going to explain it next. Let's move on. So basically, there are within targeted rates, you've got to define who pays. So who should pay for that? And you actually say to the use the land is put. That's all it says. So if you can identify what the land is being put to, you can have a targeted rate for targeting those groups of properties. Or you can use what is in your combined district plan in terms of a permitted activity. So that i.e. what is zoned commercial, base it on your zoning. Now that's quite robust because you don't actually have to make any judgment decisions. The problem you have is with using what the use to which the land is put, it becomes a little bit subjective. I've got right? I've got a vineyard, or how do you define a vineyard? I've got a lifestyle block. How do I define what is urban displaced? Right? So you've got to be really careful if you want to target it to those uses. You've got to have a robust and clear definition for these people to interpret and for general public to interpret as well. It's got to be really clear.
So is that where perhaps people who are on a lifestyle block but are still able to access some of the urban amenities, or you know, some of those things?
Those are the questions that are good to ask,
That's where you could actually put like a differential.
Up to putting some kind of area on it, because does a lifestyle block out in Nawi have the same?
That's right, yeah.
These access is one just outside Greytown.
Yeah.
And questions to think about.
What is a lifestyle block? How do you define
Exactly.
We don't have a definition of lifestyle block in our rates. We only have what QV.
I think one of the things that I've noticed, the fact that we even talk about lifestyle has confused things so hugely out in our public arena of understanding that it's rural. So because we constantly talk about lifestyle, their expectations tend to be that they should be able to, you know, like that they do sit with urban, and it gets that's where the confusion more than anything.
That really came down to with the last valuation, where the lifestyle properties had such a huge increase in land value.
They all did,
as opposed to well, dairy only went up like 3%.
Not dairy, but
So when you talk within the rural,
the portion of rural charges.
I think that's that came in, but I totally agree. It has been a nightmare.
I know.
When I was at Western Bay, we actually had that problem. We actually got rid of lifestyle definition. Because how do you define a lifestyle block? And particularly in, you know, is it actually a small block? Well, hold on, we could actually have a small block. It's actually really intensively used for horticulture.
Yeah, that's right.
Whereas, now I used to have 370 citrus trees. I've got 10 now. I've just now got big gardens. Right? So mine was always a lifestyle block, but the property over the back is slightly bigger, but they're actually intensively being used for kiwi fruit. So how do you define?
Exactly.
That's your problem, right? And it's a real problem. I mean, interestingly, when I was doing some work for Whakatane, we identified liquor outlets as the use, and we wanted to have a target rate on liquor outlets for the costs.
Social costs.
No, not the social costs. For the cost of liquor licensing activity that we couldn't recover through fees and charges. And we actually identified them, and we ran that past our legal advisor. Yep, go for it. You've identified them, they've got to have a liquor licensing, you've identified the use, you've got a robust process, go for it. Council got cold feet. But it's a little
Supermarkets?
yeah, we would have them.
Yeah, and they've got bucket loads of money to fight.
No, they would have lost.
But they'd still.
Because if it's still robust.
It's robust, yeah. I mean, we would have only done it at purpose.
Discussion.
Yeah, we didn't do it per capital value, so the supermarkets wouldn't have had a disproportionate or even a fixed amount. The problem, where I think they got cold feet, is that the little corner store would be paying the same as the supermarket.
What about the rugby club or the cricket club? About the rugby club and cricket club, they've got.
Yeah, but you can,
that's different types of license.
Yeah. I was going to say, so how do you solve that problem?
I can tell you right now, because it's a club license.
No.
So because it's a separate type of license,
No.
they can't be serving any time. They have to get a special permit.
Yes, in the rates permission.
She said, have a rates remission policy.
Oh,
Coming back.
Okay, coming back. So actually, you actually say, look, we're going to do all this, and then you say for the community groups, we'll have a rates remission policy. probably do anyway.
Yeah, so is that why? Because there's the rates remission policy. Yep, that cuts us different.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, making sense?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know, and this is this two-step, you know, it's like, you know, okay, we're gonna do everything, and then we've got a rates remission policy.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you can do it, right, let's move on.
They have to.
So you've got location, where it is. Out in the boondocks, you can have a targeted rate for the properties out in the boondocks. This is a different one. The services provided. Okay, I'm using my Waihi Beach. So I'm using my Western Bay, Waihi Beach. My favourite place to go. Be there tomorrow night. That's what was supposed to be tonight, will be tomorrow night. They've got a seawall protecting, I don't remember how many houses there are there. I used to know off the top of my head. That the council put in to protect those houses. The issue is, so those properties are receiving direct benefit. So they actually pay the majority of that cost.
What about where a service is accessible by somebody who doesn't pick it up and use it? For example, we've got a water main passing a number of rural.
Available to.
Yes, so therefore they're rated.
But can I, right? But just hold that thought to 2 slides on, Colin.
Right.
Can I just, wasn't it Waihi Beach that was a part of Waihi and then past the
Murray County.
moved and then,
I've got a Murray
and now it
County.
wants to move back because the rates are better again?
He's got a question.
Oh, I know there's a story because I've just been up to Waihi and
Have you? Yeah. Yeah. You know, my welcome to local government, Philip, 93. Joining Western Bay. Oh, by the way, Waihi Beach wants to move to Harry. So what happened? Well, I'll just digress. It's all Pip's fault. So Waihi Beach was actually.
3:15.
Sorry? No,
We're still here at 3:15. We'll be looking at you.
Team, have I ever not finished on time? I always finish on time.
Yes.
The issue is, so Waihi Beach was divided between Tauranga County and Otahuamori County at 3 Mile Creek, which is halfway along the beach. So, and the reason for that was that Waihi Borough, not Otahuamori County, bought land in the early 1900s for miners and built cottages for them to rent to get out of the mines for health reasons. Okay, so there's no settlement, so they naturally progressed from Waihi. And then the other end was such a long way away at that stage that it was actually serviced by Tauranga County, because it was actually Katikati that serviced them. And over a period of time, the community did this. So basically, in terms of land area, more actually was in Tauranga County than Otahuamori County. So, and there was also a catchment issue that all the water ran into the Tauranga Harbour. So we took to Tauranga, or to Western Bay. But the people at the north end didn't like the service delivery from Western Bay, and they wanted to go back to what Parity did in terms of water counting. Okay, so it got horribly complicated, right? And they had 2 cracks at it. The local government commission said no on both times.
So you're talking there about services provided.
Yeah.
So at the moment, the coastal road.
Yep.
Around towards Cape Palliser.
Yep.
They're trying to restore and retain that by Eco-Re. All the properties further along that road.
Yep.
Are having a service provided by the Eco-Re to, would that be possible?
Absolutely. In fact,
Great.
I have been commissioned by Hawke's Bay Regional Council. I don't know if you're aware what's happening in the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Their proposal to actually have a coastal strategy to build walls and groins.
Yep.
My job on Monday is to start working on a funding strategy for that. So that's about the services. We're going to be using that.
Well, I would have a problem with that particular example because that's a public road, and whilst it doesn't direct whilst the people know we get a benefit, tourism goes out there and so on and so forth. So it's not a direct benefit, it's an implied benefit.
That question is slides off, okay? I'll stop the. Right, that's it. Trust me. Anyone else in the car? Okay, the area of land.
You did say parking.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, park it, yeah, not put in the car park, sorry. Being pedantic, area of land, so you can actually say, rate, so all properties greater than 4 hectares pay this rate, and that's what your good friends, very good friends, regional council used to do with the possum rate. They used to, and because where that came from was because anything over 10 acres was the old 4 hectares, that's where it came from. The capital value, land value, okay? Now, if you want to be pedantic, there's all specific bits with which you get a copy of. That's just the long-winded version as per the Act. Oh. Where am I going? Right. So with target rates, oh, by the way, that fact is back here. Yeah, you can actually use those to set a differential for capital for your general rate as well. It's the same schedule. So, oops. Now, Schedule 3 of the Rating Act says if you have a targeted rate, how much should that property pay? So you've already said this is who's going to pay. So we talk about and let's use my Waihee Beach coastal erosion properties as an example. We've said all those properties benefiting from that seawall. Then we say to the extent of the service provision. So we're saying is the beachfront properties, they will pay 70% and the properties behind will pay 30%. The same with your reef. You can say is the reef is costing X, they will pay 30% because the road is the first cab off the rank, you can't charge the road, so there's a mechanism which doing. Your water pipe, we're saying if it's running past, but you're not using it, you can pay a different amount.
That's what we do.
You do the old Rating Act stuff at 50%.
Is that what we charge? 50%?
Yeah.
So if you're not actually connected.
No, one of these rural lifestylers are jumping up and down saying,
A lot of the developers have been connecting the land and then selling it to lifestyle blocks.
Yeah.
We're having the trouble with
You
it.
have to be a little bit careful with the water. So I know of facts in the past where water pipes and sewer pipes have gone past rural properties and they've been told they're not allowed to connect.
That's fine if they're not allowed to connect.
So you have to make sure you're
You're
not
not
charging them anything.
Not allowed
to connect.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. Therefore,
so the service is not available to those.
so basically the service technically is not available because they technically can't connect.
Yeah.
But for example, we've done quite a bit of excellent for some other councils where that 50% was in the old Rating Act. And when did the old Rating Act disappear, guys? 20 years ago?
2002.
Yep. So since then, we can actually have any percentage we like, but everyone wants to go back to the old Act. 50% was nice and easy.
Yeah.
Everyone understood it and they go, well, that was 20 years ago. So what we've done for a number of councils is actually identified the fixed costs. So whether you choose to use the water or not, it's running past your property. You should, in my opinion, you should be paying for the fixed charges. So that actually, in some cases, can be more than 50%.
So in the case of a rural lifestyle block, again, you've got that access to that mains water supply.
Yeah.
You're choosing not to do that, but you're still having to pump your water. You're still having to dump your sewage through your septic tank.
That's
So you've still got the same cost.
So we actually use extensively at Waihee Beach when we put in wastewater there, because there's only a third of the properties that were already connected to wastewater. And council was very kind, gave them a number of years to actually, before they had to connect. But guess what we did? we actually had two rates for wastewater. One was for everybody in the area because the service is available, whether you choose to use it or not is your issue. And the actual operating cost was once you've connected. The connection cost was about $180 per annum and the availability was about $500 a year.
So Charlie, with Lake Ferry, is everyone on Lake Ferry hooked onto the surge down there?
No, they're not.
But no, it's a stick approach, a financial stick.
But then just sorry to interrupt, but just then that doesn't cover what he was asking, where he said that it's running past there and they're not allowed.
They don't get changed.
So but what I'm saying is, if they're not allowed to, but we're talking about if it's running past there and you could, you know, so I mean, I'd hate.
Can I just be pedantic? Yeah. So if they could connect, they would be allowed to. If they are not allowed to, then they couldn't connect.
So then there'd be no way that they'd be being charged.
No, but you can't charge if you.
And we had that. We had that in Omokoro when we developed Omokoro. We identified a number of properties that weren't going to be able to be physically connected to the wastewater. That were part of the Omokoro community because it was like that. And we were going to put in a pump station for 4 houses. So they remained on septic tanks, so they don't pay the wastewater rate.
Okay.
But the issue is when the problem you have from a financial perspective, the fact that someone's not choosing to connect, you're actually paying for the fixed costs for them to have that service available.
But if we wanted, if we wanted, like if we're short on, if we wanted people to not connect, surely we shouldn't have to educate.
That's a policy decision. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and that's a valid reason. You know, you can say, well, we actually don't want people to connect. We want to have a financial incentive.
That's right.
So, question, I would actually be then using section 101B, which is that overall impact, because you're looking at the environment and intellect of providing water. We don't want to do that, therefore we'll incentivize people not to do it.
And then you've got the issue of people up, so for instance, Woodside Road in Greytown, they have the water main going past their place, but it was never put there to service them. It was only put there because that happens to be where the water comes.
Same as Underhill, exactly the same area, yeah.
By consequence, not for purpose.
Yeah, well, that's right. And if they did tap into it, they'd have a geyser because of the pressure, and there's the pressure mains as well, and you wouldn't want them tapping it.
Yeah, but they're paying right.
Tapped into, I think some places closer to town, but generally people out there never were because it was only ever put there to serve.
Yeah, that's right. You make that judgment call.
So the Underhill Road is exactly the same because we're talking about the other side of the river. So it's solely an access thing to feed the urban town. But the ratepayers on those lifestyle blocks, because they can access it, are paying a rate. So, you know, they consider that to be unfair. They've never intended to use it.
Well, that's a judgment call by you people. Right, that's all I will say.
Everyone considers what they're paying to be unfair, so it's.
I know.
Basically, these are the permissions of how much. So the first thing you need to do identify is who's going to pay, and then how much are they going to pay. Interestingly, here you can do it by value, which is capital land. And improvement, believe it or not. You can use improvement value. So where would you want to use improvement value if we were actually in step 2? Any ideas? I'll put you out of your misery. Building activity, there is a unrecoverable component that potentially you could actually recover that by a targeted rate on all properties based on improvement value. And you go, why would you want to do that? Well, generally, improvement value relates to structures for which there is a building consent, for which that building activity is actually contributed. It may not work, but that's just an option that you actually have. Interesting, I have never seen anyone use area cave sealed or built on. But that was designed for stormwater. Obviously, if the area is paved, built on, is actually therefore it's impermeable, therefore you've got lots of stormwater runoff.
Yeah.
You have suffered badly from that, where people have been paving their front gardens to put more cars on.
Yeah.
Flooding has been caused from it.
Yeah.
So,
But the issue, the problem you have with it, we don't know whether it's been paved. There is no requirement to get permission from council to go and pave your land.
administratively, it's very difficult.
That's horrendously.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the questions that comes to mind when you were talking about the value question is that councils are often accused of going slow on people who want to develop houses, for example. It's because of the cost of two councils of installing the infrastructure, and therefore apparently there is some cunning plan around this table to go slow. But is there a mechanism here therefore to help sort of recover the costs of to council for subdivisions that are not getting over?
Yeah, basically the provision is currently under the district plan for financial contributions.
Yeah.
The infrastructure schools.
Well, if I just come back to this thing, and you know, so it's we're in a rural environment. We've got lots of rural roads, for example, that look after very few people.
Yep.
And if you were to use a targeted rate system, so we use Tenakura as an example, you know, a $10 million road rebuild, targeting a rate for 30 families, it's ludicrous. You know, it's but where do you
draw the line?
Where do you draw the line?
Well, that's entirely up to you, Councillor.
But if you do, you know, but if we were to say, for example, we're going to target the rate for the eco reef out to Nawi, and we go, we're doing it for that road, but we're not going to do it for this road. You know, there's that consistency issue that becomes really tricky.
Yeah, and I think that too is defence starting. We did an exercise back in 1996, 97. So this is how long the numbers are at. For every targeted rate that we put in, it costs about $5,000 to maintain every year in terms of staff time. That's what it's been made.
Yeah, 300 like down south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It comes a big chunk of money at the end of the year.
We need to add a new one to cover the cost of the one we just added.
GI, you know, the systems,
Yeah.
the invoicing. Now, the more rates you have, the more queries you get. Why am I paying this rate? No. What is, I don't use the library.
Pink house.
Sorry?
Live in a pink house.
Used that few times. So, you know, that's interestingly, you can use a number as a factor. No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So therefore, that's the schedule there, and it keeps on going. Okay.
Wow.
Wow. All right. So the question I have is, and this is, I got asked this at another council. They were looking at a forestry rate, and they wanted to rate the forestry based on number of tonnages coming off that forestry block. Allowable or not allowable?
No. The administrative costs will be.
No, it's not even on the list. Can you tell me on here, because that's what you have to use. There's nothing there that allows you to actually rate using the tonnage of logs coming off. It's just not legal. You would get, the forestry owners would love it, and then their lawyers would even love it more because they're the only people who win.
So the Wairoa thing was for logging, for harvesting.
So basically, it was based on their capital value.
Right.
They paid it as a percentage of their general differential.
But it was also affecting their 4 pillars.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's where they targeted it.
Yeah.
That's all, or sorry, not talking targeted rates, but that's how they were able to actually tie it in. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we can do that.
So that was a general rate across those particular, not a targeted rate as such for that forestry.
Yeah, and also Tauranga have on the transportation rate a differential on commercial and industrial compared with residential.
Okay.
Because of the increased impact of traffic as a cost, but they haven't considered the full well-beings yet. That's what I'm saying.
So going back to Pip's question about forestry and Wairau,
Yeah.
what other district councils have gone down that path? Stratford District Council?
Nope. They used a different approach.
Right.
So Wairau was a leader in terms of using section 101(3)(b). Councils have actually then used section 101(3)(a), the exacerbated thing to saying is the forestry are causing us cost.
Yeah.
So so Wairau have applied a different rationale.
Because how do they define the cost? And this is where their lawyers can actually really drill down, like the forestry lawyers can actually drill down. So it's using the 4 pillars and the effects that's actually happening within the community. I think probably makes Wairau the strongest case, and that's the one we've got to watch because, yeah, the others are leaving things that can still be manipulated, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, well, this one actually is a judgment decision. That's a reasonable decision if you're a member of the community. And that's where the judge in the High Court, Wairau, says, yes, I can. Here's all the evidence. And the forestry owners didn't do themselves any favour because they actually didn't focus on the issues. And the problem they're going to have, and I'm no lawyer, is that they can, when they appeal, they can only appeal on the grounds of their original case. They can't necessarily bring new information.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So what did Stratford do that was different?
So they actually use the exacerbated component.
Yeah.
These are causing us cost.
So
So has Wanganui as well. Yep.
Saying that, Phil, that doesn't actually make it easier for us though, because it'll be a new court case for us. And they'll be able to have a different type of element.
Let's not draw any conclusions to that yet, Alistair. Let's look at the issues.
We'll bring in the lawyers later, Alistair.
Absolutely.
Increase the rates first.
Pay for the lawyers.
Yeah, and something that's actually interesting is called litigation risk. You said a litigation risk. It's the cost of actually taking a case and defending a case, and also the uncertainty whether you'll actually win it, because it's sometimes, as we've seen with the Auckland case, it depends on who you get on the bench.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Anyway, talking about deep pockets, well, Wayne Brown is, anyway, moving on. Okay. Water rates are section 19. So basically you need a schedule of charges. But interestingly, Whakatane has got a little community called a Hopi. What happens in a Hopi during summer?
Well, it's big.
It's big.
Yeah. Like Martinborough.
Yeah. So what happens to the water usage in a Hopi?
Martinborough
Goes sky high. So what does Whakatane need to do in terms of its pipe sizing? It needs actually a bigger pipe to service that for basically a 3-month period. So one of the proposals the consultant, a well-regarded consultant, recommended was that we introduce quarterly water billing for the whole of the Whakatane area. And for the quarter, my rates person's not going to like me for this. It's quarterly billing, so they spat the dummy on that one. They doubled the charges for December through to the end of February and halved it for the rest of the year. So the little old lady who was using the same amount of water during the 12 months didn't actually pay any more. But the large family that bought their jet ski and their boat and their 15 kids and had outside showers and lots of toilets and only used their holiday house for 2 months of the year and didn't use hardly any water for the rest of the year, paid significantly more, which is exactly where it needed to be. And we were using according to a scale of charges.
How did that go down?
staff didn't like it, so it didn't go down very well.
Right. I don't do the water billing, so that's fine with me.
Yeah.
Sorry, Maggie.
Because what actually is saying is, well, you actually create, and the engineers thought it was a good idea, because here we are, we're having to create this massive big water pipe that's only going to get used 3 months of the year. So shouldn't those people who are actually creating that need pay for it?
Why wasn't a charge generated off a meter charge or water meter usage charge?
That's what it was. It was.
They make.
But it was very commonly, not usually.
But they did it, but they.
Oh, so this is a reading from that are targeted.
It wasn't done on target rate, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but it's interesting though, that would put the cost up for winemaking too, because that's when they use a lot of water.
Sorry?
It would put up the cost for
Oh, yeah,
winemaking
yeah.
too.
Oh, yeah.
It's got just other than
Just
charging
saying,
the.
it's not applicable,
Yeah,
but it's a useful example
I quite like.
in terms of,
Yeah.
you know.
But
Just want to remind everyone that we have this thing called Three Waters coming in.
yeah.
Don't put too much energy into rewriting unless you think it's really broken, maybe, yeah.
And I think the other issue too is be careful with the 3 waters, because my view is you will be collecting the income for the new entity for quite some time. My view is that 1 July 2024 is going to be a very infamous transition, because I think that's when things will start to change if it continues the way it's going.
election.
But just don't get too bogged down into the
Yeah,
detail of water.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I mean, however, by the time we finish this, we might actually have more clarity.
Yeah.
But just keep, these are all ideas that are actually giving you flexibility in terms of your setting your rates. Right, now, this is a fun one. Who's heard of a 30% cap?
Yep.
So Martin, what does it mean?
I think it means from memory that you've got your general rate that everybody gets. And then you've got the various add-ons like the targeted, what have you. And I think for those special rates, you're not allowed to exceed 30% of something. I've just forgotten exactly what was. But there's a bit of a limit on how much you can.
You're right. What do you want for that? What do you reckon?
For what?
Half a plate?
Yeah.
You're right and you're horribly wrong.
That case, not popular.
The issue here is, what is this complicated? And it's horribly complicated.
Just for change.
But yeah, just for change, I've got a nice little example. So what it's actually saying is that you can only charge 30% of your total rates by way of a fixed charge, excluding fixed charges for water and wastewater. Okay, but the legislation is even more bizarre. It said a targeted rate that is set on a uniform basis. So if I have a targeted rate for a library that I'm saying is 50%, it's $100 for rural people and $50 for urban. No, wait a minute. So $100 for urban and $50 for rural. That is not set on a uniform basis. It's set on a differential basis, but it's still a fixed charge for the individual. Now, everyone has admitted that that's a slight mistake in the Act. Okay? But no one wants to fix it.
It would be very interesting to meet the person with a mind that would come up with something like this. It would be a really interesting. Possibly come up with this. I do know the person.
You're a Chris Willing, experience in local government. Oh, awesome. I think the problem was the Crown law got hold.
All right.
So what?
On the LSD at the time or something.
So what actually happens is policy people write it and then the Crown Law get hold of it and they put it into legalese. And they
Stuff it up.
they stuffed it up. I can show you a few other stuff ups that have actually now been fixed that I wasn't involved in. Interesting, the bit of the legislation that I wrote is still there and has never ever been amended.
Oh, what a.
Oh.
Hey, isn't it good?
I will. Here is the example, just to explain. I think we need an example to explain. Let's just move this out of the way. Don't like that. I can have fun with the screen. So here is the print. Yeah, example two. Oh, it's an example two, it's right. Solar comment the slide. So here is your general rate, and it's divided into two components. It's divided into capital value, divided into a uniform annual general charge. Then you've got a fixed library rate. And then you've got your water rate income, your wastewater rate, you've got a local community fixed rate, which is only paid locally. Then you've got a local community rate, which is based on improvement value. So I just make that up just to prove it. So your total rates for this council are 24 million. It's not your council, obviously. So basically, the rates that are subject to your 30% cap is $7.4 million. Okay. That's what, which is basically UAGC, your fixed targeted rate, and your fixed local rate. So it's only rates that are actually fixed. But you notice, here is Joe Average Property. They would pay $300 capital value because I've done the calculations down here. They would pay 290 UAGC because this council decided they want to hit the maximum 30% cap. There is their water rate, which is fixed at 250, their wastewater 450, their local community rate, which is $12. And based on the improvement being that's 75. So they pay $1,300.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Confused?
Nice.
But that property pays almost 80% of their rate, which is actually fixed. So that's why it's confusing. The 30% cap is on your total rates.
Okay,
Not
for
on
the council,
not on
individual.
Individual.
Gotcha.
Okay, now, interestingly, here is a little gem. If you are setting your water rates, so your water income by way of section 19, that is a rate, and you're allowed to include it as part of your total rates, which actually increases it. Oh, whoops. Yeah, there we go. Oops, I went to example one. I thought we went too far. So here is, sorry, this is where I first started. So here is there at 25%. So the UAGC is $200, same principle. Council decides to put it up to their maximum. So that goes up to $290, right? Now, watch this. This income here stays the same. Oops, okay, yep. But now council increases the two water rates from 300, so from 250 and 450, it's $300 and $500. Guess what's happened to your 30% cap? Goes down. See, this amount, because it's based on your total income, including water and wastewater. Now, I think this is going to be a problem. We're talking about the three waters coming. If income is no longer, I must actually run this model. I must go and find the original model and run it. What would happen if you took this out? What would actually happen to a 30% cap?
Spin right out. Okay.
Yeah.
So high.
Yeah. And I don't think anyone's thought of that yet.
Yeah.
How did we just have now? Because you told us.
Yeah, but you didn't think about it.
No, I didn't. You're right.
Down quite dramatically.
Correct.
That will go considerably down. Yeah.
Well, unless they change the legislation.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of stuff, and having thought it, this is unintended. Worries me with spreads. It's all the unintended consequences which they actually haven't thought of.
Yeah.
Yes,
Let's not go there. So that's the 30% cap, which reinforces that, your general rate is basically a gross wealth tax. Because you can't do what Maggie Thatcher tried to do and have a poll tax.
Yeah.
Trust me, that was fun. I got put up in the poll tax riots, literally. Right. So basically, the way we set our rates is we take our total income required, we allocate it consistently with our R&E policy. So we identify other income, and then we say, what are rates? What are our fixed rates? What are our value based? And value based is divided by the total value, and the fixed rates are divided by the number of units. Quite simple, really, eh?
Absolutely.
It's okay, girls.
You're taking the jobs.
Right.
Much resourcing.
Okay. What we might do is quickly go through your rates before lunch, and then after lunch we'll do your slides with capital versus land, and then we'll move on to we're the first council. I think that's where we're about up to. So basically, here is your general rate. So your land value, right, and is that whatever that figure is, right?
3.7 billion.
Sorry, 3.7 billion. It's not bad, is it?
No.
And we've got a capital value somewhere as well. So your residential is always one. So your commercial are paying twice on their land value.
So that column is the differential.
That's your differential, yes, and that's the dollar per value.
Should a vineyard be rated a commercial?
Sorry?
Should a vineyard be rated a commercial?
Well, that's a really good question. Let's put that not in the car park, but if you can write that down for when we actually come down to step 2, is who do we want to define to actually rate?
There's not everyone who has one.
You already have? What I want to do at the end of the day is what are the things we have to start. Your uniform annual general charge, oh, it's a nice number. It's growing 757.
Yes.
Okay, what's that? That's that's 20%. I read the numbers.
Farmers ask me every year.
Charlie, yes.
So why does federated farmers want a high uniform annual general charge?
So it offsets some of the costs from the urban to rural.
No.
Or access to service.
You got it wrong.
I haven't. No.
What was the question? Sorry, what was the question?
The question is why do federated farmers like a high uniform?
Like
UAGC to be as high.
they need to
30%.
spread the costs.
Because it reduces the amount from the differentials that you pay.
No.
Reduces the amounts there. Rural ratepayers pay.
Yeah, proportionally.
The urban.
No.
All right. Then.
Okay, you could tell us. For chocolate.
No, I can't because I know the answer already.
Oh, just tell us.
So what actually happens is where you have a UAGC, and I should actually put the graph in.
It's not based on land value. So therefore it's.
No, so what happens is, right? If you were pure land value or pure value, you've got no value, you pay no rates. Agreed? If you've got $4 million versus land value, you pay proportionally higher. So your graph does this. If not touch the screen, otherwise I'll be in big trouble. What a uniform annual general charge does, it levels it off and it pivots exactly at the average land value. So if you are below the average, you pay more. And if you're above the average, you pay less. And the further you are from the average value, the greater the benefit or cost. So if you've got no land value, right, and you're paying a UAGC, you're paying significantly more as a percentage. So it tilts at the average. Now, generally, farms are at the higher end, therefore they see the greater benefit in reducing the rates that
they pay for.
And that's the principle. Just.
And so, sorry, just to confirm, the rural rates differential, that's set around this table as well, that number.
They all, yep. Right. Oh, right. So it's, oh my goodness, we're starting early for lunch. Any questions on what we've covered so far?
So the 0.92, do we have to actually have a documented justification?
You've got to have a reason in your revenue and financing policy. Yep. For any differential, you've got to have a rationale. Yep.
Could we go back to the, don't do it, but in the slide we were just looking at, if farmers want a higher uniform charge, could we have basically a rural uniform charge?
No. Now, what you can do, and this is
What are we sitting at now in a UAGC for rural?
20%.
20%. Okay, yep. So what you can do, and some councils have done this, they've actually put in a rural works charge. So basically, if you go back to Schedule 2, they say any property that is in the rural area, they will pay a fixed charge of, so it's a targeted rate of $100, which is like saying, we're going to increase our UAGC for those people, which does actually increase the smaller value, the lower value properties by 100, and does actually have an impact on lowering the high value.
Reduce the 0.92 to 0.89.
Then you have all the livestock blockers going.
Yeah. The idea of that is actually targeting the smaller value properties. Now you've got to make a judgment call, is that appropriate or not? But that's one mechanism that you actually have in your toolbox. But you couldn't do it as well. You have to do it through this process if you want to do it.
Sorry, I'm going to ask what could be a daft question.
No such thing as a dumb question.
This process,
Yes.
and the annual plan process and the long-term plan process, how do they work alongside each other and
So the plans, the long-term and annual plans decide your budget, what you totally need. So that's how we talk about this pie. That's how
we get the pie. They give the pie and this
is how that pie is split up. Yeah.
in terms of a timeline.
And show you the timelines,
At the end of the day.
original proposed and a potential different one.
Well, well, depends on how hard you want to work and how hard you want to work this next year. Okay. And I mean, to me, the timeline depends on your appetite for having workshops. More workshops. Yeah, more workshops. And we're going to swap those in. And you probably want me here as well. So my calendar.
We want you on all the work.
my calendar is.
It's not cheap.
Was it coming out of your budget? Am I coming out of your budget then, mate? Oh. I didn't know my rate was that high, but anyway, yeah. I mean, yeah, so I mean, that's something we're going to talk about. And, you know, how quickly do you want to try and get this over the line? And what's your urgency? Because the last thing I want to do is breaking the staff's back, right? They're already under pressure as it is.
It's not saying that I joked earlier when I said we would quit, but you'd have to hire in extra people to help with the modelling and that sort of thing if you wanted a more contracted time frame. So
And so putting my audit and risk hat on, the risk insurance, one of the issues that I actually see in the sector is lack of interest.
Yeah. I think that's well documented.
Yeah, there used to be three of us doing this. Two of us doing it. The other guy did this sort of stuff, but now we're into you. The water transition.
You going to the next committee?
Do I want to be associated with that? No. Right,
Yeah,
so we adjourned for lunch for how long? How long do you need for lunch? Half an hour, back at past?
Yeah.
But it's behind schedule at the moment.
Oh,
Sunday's first day of my week. So it's Friday.
okay, we're strict.
Yeah, we've got it Friday still.
Daddy's got a mouthful.
Yeah. Right.
Fine, please. Yeah, that's it then. Yeah.
Right, so I want to deal with, now you've had a break. Are there any more questions about the rate process? Because we're going to now dive into where the previous council landed in terms of step one. It's going to take some brain power, and I'm sorry it's straight after lunch, because that's normally the death of presenters is the straight after lunch session. So are there any questions? I mean, we've got one on the board. So I'm dealing, are there any other questions that people want to deal with, including staff, about the process about creating, setting and collecting rates? Speak now for a whole piece. No, don't mean that. Okay. So the question on the board, how can rates deal with wealth, extreme inaffordability? So knowing what you know now.
Oh, good, you're going to answer that, are you?
Yeah, I'm going to,
Great.
yep. The question is, because we're talking about wealth, all we've got is a gross wealth tax. Right? And as I said before, Charlie owns $1 million house. No, she doesn't, but right. But she's got a $900,000 mortgage. So her wealth is only 100,000. Compared with her learned friend on the left, Kirsty's only got a $500,000 house with no mortgage. So who's more wealthy? Right? Well, we don't know that. We can't know that. All we know is Charlie's got $1 million house and that she's got a mortgage registered on her title. That's all we know. Kirsty, on the other hand, has paid her mortgage off, but she hasn't discharged her mortgage, which is a trap for young players because it frightens them. The people who don't pay their rates think they've had paid off the rates, but there's still a mortgage on the title, therefore we don't collect the rates off the mortgagee. It upsets one or two people. Right? We don't know how much that mortgage is. All we know is the gross value of their property. We don't know even what's the car they got.
How many kids and dependents they've got.
That's right.
It's that why we need
Child support.
commission policy guidance so that we can use
Oh.
those details.
How much
to come and see us.
the cleaner?
She's had too much.
That's okay.
Too much, you don't need it.
One person at a time, please. So you're saying create a remission policy.
Are you rewarding people that get big mortgages?
So the question I have,
Necessarily mortgage, but if you've got the criteria in the.
I ask questions, please. Questions through the chair, please. Don't be bossy. It's after lunch. Right?
Isn't there something that says that you can't use that sort of poverty, you can't make wealthy people pay the rates portion for poor people? Because isn't that completely unfair about how you're setting rates there?
No, because you're quite right. A remission policy allows you to do that.
But you have to be careful because you don't want that people who've got $1 million house and they've to remortgage it's their fault rather than.
The question is, how do you make that be?
You couldn't do it. I mean, it would be impossible, surely.
I mean, you legally have the tool.
Yeah.
But should you use it?
Should you use it? Right? Because to me is one of the things too is while we have the full well-beings, is it our, and this is a philosophical discussion, is it our job to redistribute wealth or redistribute income? when central government haven't clearly given us the tools to do that. So are we actually playing in a dangerous area? That there are, I mean, the people who generally have affordability problems with paying rates, there are mechanisms available.
Yeah.
Mechanisms are rates rebate.
Yep.
Courtesy of DIA.
Sorry?
Courtesy of DIA.
Courtesy of central government, administered by, well, we administer it on behalf of DIA. So we're just a facilitation agent, they do all. Right? So the other mechanism you have, you can postpone rates based on financial hardship, if you have such a policy.
Yes.
And all you're doing is putting off the evil day.
Yeah, it accumulates.
So current year rates only.
That's your policy.
Policy, yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But interestingly,
Oh,
there's a little problem with the Rating Act. How long before rates become technically non-payable?
After 6 years.
So, sorry, just to
Sorry, do
clarify,
we charge in? Sorry.
we can
Other place.
take a person's house after 1 year, 3 months, but after 6, they just don't have to pay.
Statute of limitation.
Statute of limitations.
So,
That's why you actively collect your.
So the issue is for that to apply, council would have actually had to take no action to recover that. So it's been sitting there inactive for 6 years. Because the 6 years, there's all sorts of criteria, not going to go into it.
So that might be if someone is mortgage free and it's such a hassle to take the property off them that the council haven't bothered doing it.
Highly unlikely, because
The legal costs for going through that whole process are, I think, around the $40,000-50,000 mark. So to get your rates to that level where it's actually going to be affordable.
Yeah, well, that's what
And you know, you've got to work out.
that's what I mean.
The taxpayers' money that.
When they've got a mortgage, you can approach the bank. If they haven't got a mortgage, you can't approach the bank. So it makes a difference.
what you can do is once you get to a certain point in the rates collection process, you are legally allowed to add those collection processes as a rate. So that $40,000, not all of it, maybe 35 of it, will then get added onto the rates. And then when you sell a property, you also get that.
Because it's listed as a lien against the property.
No, it's considered a rate.
Right. So the overdue interest on each of those that accumulates.
Penalties.
Sorry, yeah.
Yep, they're a rate.
That's collectible as well, is it not? Yeah.
but don't we have one where if they really can't afford it, we can defer it until that person does or sells
Yeah,
and
so
we get it back?
interestingly, the 6-year rule doesn't apply for postponed rates.
I suppose, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, it used to under the old 87 Act, but with the 2002 Act, if you've got a rates remission policy and the rates have been postponed in accordance with that policy, they are payable at the trigger of what's in the postponement policy. So generally, there's a number of councils that actually have a hardship provision, so basically they say is you meet this criteria, then we will postpone your rates, but you've got to pay either on your death or on the sale of the property. Or the transfer of your property. If you're transferring as part of an estate, we want.
And do we do that?
We haven't, as far as I'm aware.
But you've got to have the policy.
We do have the policy.
We have the policy.
That's a very last resort because
Somebody.
it would be.
It's income and cap in hand.
Yeah. And I mean, we do get people that do come in and are really, really struggling. And that's why we do have the repayment plans. And we're trying to say to people, if you're struggling, let us know. Don't just put your head in the sand, which some people have done, unfortunately, and it's sort of a bit unstuck. But, you know, at the end of the day, we don't want to be selling anybody's houses. We don't want to be kicking people out, you know, forcing them, making it unaffordable. but we've also got to be responsible for every other ratepayer and the ones that are struggling but still paying. So it's a balancing act.
Couldn't we, I was reading someone, the other organisation, I think it's overseas, but they still those, whatever you call them, office loans to other people, so you can get rid of that. Is that?
That's what do they call that?
Reverse mortgage.
Yeah, reverse mortgage. No, that's a trap. That is a real trap.
Well, it can be a trap.
Can be not.
Can be great, can be good. Right. Any other questions? Right, moving on. So what we want to now do is originally when I did the proposal, I thought we'd spend 2 hours on the first session. 2 hours on the next session. Right. So let's see how we go. We've got 2 hours. So this is council's view of the mandatory requirements. You've got 3 options. Let's not debate those 3 options at this stage, but when you're going through it, let's decide where you want to land, right? Start again. I don't recommend that. How long did it take, guys? It took about 3 months, didn't it? No? So we wouldn't be getting to where we are now until April next year. When you see the timeline,
That's actually 3 months of finding gaps as well.
Yes.
Amongst everything.
Yeah, like, so
amongst everything else. Yep.
you're probably not starting until after the annual plan.
So basically,
Like, can I say, because the previous council wanted to help get things started, but we also didn't want to go too much further because that wouldn't be fair to the new council. So it's kind of where we landed was here, so that way it could be looked at and
Absolutely.
council. I kind of like have you tied into things also.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
so one of the things today, what I want you to do is go through, and I'm not, that's 3 amigos or 3 musketeers who wrote this stuff, right? To remember why they said they did, and to advocate for what they said, because it wasn't my words, they were your words. You can amend when you think it's appropriate to do so as we go through it. The other option is you can review and accept, but modify as part of step 2. And that's certainly acceptable. When you see the initial modelling that's going to come back, can we change that? And you go, of course you can. Okay? So that's entirely your discretion. All right, and I'm not asking you to make a decision yet. So this doesn't work because you need to log on to my personal.
So can we just say that?
Yeah, sure, go for a while. Charlie's bringing that up. Yep.
We did last time, so we haven't seen the effect of this work. So
No.
we're as blind as the new councillors. So we're just at step 1. So that next step we haven't gone by.
No.
We don't know what the effect of
No.
we've done is.
And you still don't because we haven't done it.
Sorry. This process, lots of other processes and things that we've dealt with over the last few weeks have had like a period that they're in action for. So this process, is this done yearly, 3 yearly?
9 years.
9 yearly.
So the idea before we need to probably blow that up, Charlie.
Okay.
So what good practice says is you should review it every 3 years from a high level perspective. Is the result still what we want to achieve? Yes or no? Move on. You're required to do it every 3 years. It's such a big process that good practice says you should do it about every 9 years because it ties in with the LTP process and things change. Obviously, who knows what's happening with the 3 waters? If the 3 waters was to disappear, all we need to do is 3 waters gone. But there's some other consequences that you're going to have to consider, like 30% cap if they don't change the legislation, which is step 2. Yeah. All right.
Just going to move.
Right. Good. Okay. So can you stick up the top? There we are. Right. Okay. So, governance. Oh, whoops. Oh, okay. Right. So, I'm just shorten that column up.
Oh, no, it's
No.
not. Isn't it?
Oh,
It's the merged cells.
there will be merged cells here, sorry, yeah. So anyway, they can see most of the rationale. So what we've got here is governance. And to be honest, I wouldn't worry about the outcomes. It doesn't actually change anything at this stage. I would be saying is,
Excuse me, could you go the other side?
oh, can I go the other side? Yeah. So,
Because Charlie knows it.
yeah, Charlie can see through me.
No, she just knows it. Yeah.
Sorry?
Charlie knows it. It's just.
No, she doesn't. So what we're saying here is, remember the five things that we must consider. So what we've said is on the scale of nil, low, medium, high, rather than attribute a percentage values, because percentage values have the ability of saying that's quite precise. Obviously here, in our conclusion, we have said that we think the whole district benefits. That is a conclusion. Because if the whole district benefits, that is an indicator of general rate. And then you've got parts or individuals of the community. Can you read that? Are you struggling?
No. Can you bring the board across the back?
You like?
Slide it into the middle, yeah.
Right in the middle.
Close to the UK.
Yeah,
Right.
see, better.
Somebody put the brakes on.
Got a cord as well. I think then. We'll just straighten it up. Straighten it up. There we go. How's that?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Mate.
Amazing.
Right, okay. So what we're saying for governance is we're saying the whole district benefits, because what we're saying is the user pays principle, i.e. that when we consider who benefits, there is a scale we're saying it's actually everybody benefits from governance. And maybe what we should do is your rationale is probably the most important thing. Because we're saying governance is all ratepayers and residents have the ability to benefit from this activity. And that's the governance. So that's you sitting around the table and your support costs of running governance. Anyone disagree with that comment? Martin, you okay?
Yes, absolutely. Well, that's theoretically what's desirable.
Yeah, it's theoretically what, yeah, and this is all theoretical stuff, right? I had a mayor that used to say, the winds of theory get wrecked on the rocks of reality.
You're absolutely right.
He also said, every politician used by date stamped on their backside, everyone can see it but themselves. His other comment was, there were three of them, was, what have you done for the ratepayer today? The start. Right, so what was then saying, whoops.
I'd be saying I'm here.
Is that proposed funding sources would be the general rate. We haven't said the general rate is land or capital. Well, I hate to think. And value. All we're saying is it's general rates. Also, one of the things that we talked about was the application of the Uniform General Annual Charge. And we'll come and talk about that in step 2. But the Uniform Annual General Charge, you can do it 2 ways. You can set it as you go through each activity and say, oh, I think that activity should be recovered by the Uniform Annual General Charge. The other way is to actually set it as part of step 2. Is to saying is, we think this is an appropriate level of the fixed charge that should be recovered from all properties, and also the impact on high value properties. The problem with doing it for each activity is potentially as costs change over the 3 to 6 years, the amount that actually is being recovered through the UAGC changes significantly, and that slope that I showed before changes dramatically. And you've actually then got to go and amend your revenue and financing policy. And I have been involved in a couple of councils where that actually occurred. So my strong advice that you can, that's what you're entitled to do, is to go with using step 2 to allocate the value of the UAGC. How you arrive at that, we won't worry about today, we'll worry about it in another workshop. You comfortable with that approach? Pip, and particularly Pip, Alistair and Colin who've been through this process. Colin, this is sort of old hat for you.
I'm a dinosaur.
So not me. Right. Okay. Simple.
Does he get another plate?
No, if he's eating that plate, we would have taken off. So the next one we've got, this is an interesting one. We've got finance and corporate support. I'm going to be careful. The issue here is we're not talking about activities that we recover through overheads. So most of Charlie and her merry bunch of ladies, I can't say men, are actually recovered by overheads. So these are the end costs after overheads. So we have excluded anything that's been recovered by overheads from this equation. So this is the items in finance and corporate that are currently not recovered through overheads. So what we do is we say is Charlie spends 50% of her time on the three waters, so 50% of her costs and her overheads are then charged to the water activities. And that's going to be a problem. We won't worry about that when the three waters disappear.
So we have a corporate overhead structure or expenses anyhow, don't we? Yeah.
Yep.
So that's fixed.
Yeah. So we're not considering allocation.
No.
So what we're saying here is for communications, again, all ratepayers and residents have the opportunity to be informed and understand council activity. So this is communicating about what council does. It also includes a thing called Lagoima. Now, of the new councillors, can anyone tell me what that stands for?
Local Government Official Information and Meeting Act.
Oh. So what is that entitled?
Yeah, come on.
Okay.
So it was good for a flake.
Okay, so you're going to settle for a flake and not answer it?
What was your second question, sorry?
So what does that entitle a ratepayer?
Information and effective meeting processes.
But it also enables anybody to ask any information. However, the Act allows you to charge more cost after a certain amount of time. So generally, most councils say we'll give you the first hour or half hour free. After that, we'll charge you X, Y, and Z. And so what we're saying is here is we're going to recover the costs of that through general rates and fees and charges relating to official information requests, where there's a significant amount of time that's required to invest it. Otherwise, you're going to get the worst ones are the newspapers and taxpayer union. They want all sorts of information.
You should want the same information every year though, so.
Yeah.
Get ready for the mate.
I mean, the issue is it's about the costs and actually extracting the information. And you've got the right then to actually say, look, it's going to cost you this, do you still want it? And they've got the answer, yeah, I'll pay it all. So what we're saying is, are you comfortable where we've landed for that activity? Yes, moving on. Now, emergency management and civil defence. This is not the cost of responding to a civil defence emergency. This is the cost in preparing people for a civil defence emergency, etc. Writing plans. So where council,
The structure,
sorry?
setting up the structure locally.
Yes, yep. Training staff, but it's not actually responding to an emergency. So the problem we have is we don't know what the next emergency is going to be, and we don't know where it's going to happen. So basically, council said that the whole of the district benefits from that. And we're going to use the general rate.
So,
Comfortable? Moving on. I'll be finished by lunchtime. Oh, we've had lunch. Okay, then. Sorry?
Lunchtime tomorrow.
I hope not. I've got another meeting.
Page.
Oh, he's eaten it. What a shame. So here we've got your district plan. And what we've said here is, oops, that the user principle is low. So we're saying is that most people benefit. However, there are intergenerational components to it because what's the life of a district plan? It's 10 years. So there it's medium. We're saying exacerbators are medium. Why would a council say that?
Because people can contest the district plan, so you might get legal fees. Costs.
So yes, you've also got people who want to do it for, you don't want to play by the rules of the district plan. Okay. So we're saying here is 90% generally will be recovered by way of the general rate. However, there's a thing called private plan changes. Now, do you know what I mean by a private plan change? Nod? Everyone? No? So a private plan change is where an individual comes and says, I want to develop this area or do something in this area. I don't want to go through the resource consent process and get a resource consent. I want to change the district plan, and I will therefore submit a district plan change to council. Now, council has the ability to accept it as its own change, or if it's a private plan change, then charge the costs on doing that private plan change back to the developer.
Just because our district plan is combined with the other two councils here within the region, this would actually be a multi-pronged process, wouldn't it? If this was the case, if someone came up with a change.
Yep, but
district plan.
But your district plan, you as a district are required to have one in this part. So, for example, someone wants a private plan change and put some specific rules in for, they want to do something in Martinborough area, which was, so that would actually be applicable. If they want to do it in Carterton, it would be a Carterton cost.
The orchards in Greytown is a prime example that required a private plan change from, I think it's zoning, which was, I think, rural to residential. I think, yeah.
But the other thing, it's for a specific spot on the ground, so it's not, it doesn't change the plan indefinitely.
Okay.
It's for your activity and your particular thing. Yeah.
The biggest one I've ever seen is the lakes in Tauranga. That was a private plan change where they did sort of 3,000 lots development because they didn't, when they did the planning, they didn't think it was possible to actually use that land for residential. But the developer, who was a civil engineer by trade, he says, yeah, I can use that land. Heavy earth moving, and that's what he did.
Mm.
And he paid for that himself.
Hugely expensive and highly discouraged by councils.
I wouldn't say highly discouraged. I mean, I think the issue is common. They're quite common. I think the issue is it's where there is benefit.
Yeah.
So what are they going down that path instead of doing a resource consent?
The resource consent would have taken too long.
Right.
Because it would be non-compliant.
Okay, so that's,
So their threshold would be significantly higher.
Publicly notified. And
Yeah, well, the private plan change was public notice, but this is actually because it was all encompassing, it was, and believe it or not, there were 3 councils involved. So there was Western Bay, Tauranga, because it straddled the boundary between Tauranga and Western Bay, and also the regional council in terms of stormwater discharge. Massive amount of stormwater going down.
it's probably fair to say that it applies where when they're doing something in a non-conforming part of the district plan.
Yeah.
They want to change it, being allowed for theirs.
Yeah.
So,
So that's why we're saying that's individuals will benefit and we will actually charge them accordingly. Happy with that? Okay. The next one is resource consent applications. So this is where someone comes in and basically they apply to do something within the district plan or slightly outside it, might be non-compliant, but council then has to assess it and make a decision as to whether it's notified or non-notified. And what we're saying there is that the primary benefactor is the applicant. However, pre-application guidance and some advice is provided by council. So you come in here and say, what can I do on this piece of land? You can't actually identify that particular person. Well, your view is you can't identify it. Tauranga City had a slightly different view. They go for 100%. So they will come in. If you go in and say, I'd like to inquire about this piece of land, well, they won't charge you at the time. They'll record your details. And if you do proceed, they'll charge you accordingly.
So it's a roundabout way. There's still a contribution from them as the applicant.
Yes.
Yeah,
but it's a delay.
Yeah.
And they've got a process. I don't know what it is, right?
So, I mean, one of the reasons we went to that is that we actually achieve a good result in terms of ongoing rates.
Yeah.
That can continue to contribute towards our coffers.
You see, Tauranga got developers coming out their ears.
Yeah.
So you're actually probably more wanting to encourage development rather than just manage development.
Yep.
So that's not unreasonable.
No.
And if you see, and by the way, if I see something that's unreasonable, I will actually speak up. But if if you want to go to 50%, well, that's your call. I won't argue with that. Are we happy with that? So basically, you're going to recover that by way of fees and charges and general rates. The next one is resource consent appeals. So this is where council has issued a consent and someone appeals against it. And generally, the primary benefit is the submitter, and you've got no ability to recover the costs from that. The only time you can recover the costs of appeal if a developer appeals the conditions. But normally that's done by way of consent order rather than going through actually an environment court hearing.
And the courts would award the costs.
Courts
or may award.
May award.
Yes. Yeah.
I've had it where a ratepayer association appealed a decision of council or of councils, or regional and Western Bay. It went to the environment court. The court awarded costs against the ratepayer association to the tune of $350,000. The ratepayer association wound itself up and the council had to bear the costs.
Democratic society we live in.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly.
Yeah. So that's what we're saying is generally we will not try and recover the costs of appeals because it's about submitting, you've got no ability. So compliance, so under a resource consent, you are required to monitor the consent conditions. So if I do a consent and I'm supposed to put a whole lot of plantings in, It's up to council to come along and monitor to make sure I put those plantings in. And I know I was involved in a consent in Tauranga, and along comes the consent officer and says, well, look, the plan says you're supposed to put this into gardens. And I go, well, actually, that's interesting. You don't actually have a copy of our appeal, which we actually remove those gardens. Those gardens don't have to be in accordance with the appeal. Oh, how did that slip through? As well as your staff signed off the appeal. So, you know, that's the process. They will come and check the original application, what you said you were going to do, what the consent conditions said, and have you actually done it? So what we're saying there is that there is a medium user pays, there is high exacerbator. What we're saying is that 50% will be recovered from the whole of the district, i.e. general rates, and 50% of that will be recovered in our fees and charges. Now, interestingly, the regional councils are hot to trot on this, and they often charge consent holders a fee for monitoring. I think there are a different way. You can actually preload your fee to recover that in advance. So saying, look, we're going to come and monitor it. It's going to cost us $1,000. You'll pay that as part of the consent. There's a number of ways of achieving that. And we're not into actually how we achieve it at the moment. What we're saying is this is your principle of what you want to do. And then Harry will come back to you as part of step 2 and say, okay, here are the options of actually achieving this. Comfortable? Moving on. Building consents.
Well, you've got the 100% in the wrong column. Then.
I was going to say.
Who said that? Who said we got 100% wrong? Yeah, I think we did actually.
Yeah, we felt that it was.
But hold on, Colin.
Mm-hmm.
You adopted this in one of your last council meetings, and no one.
Sure, I didn't. I'm sure I didn't.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't actually.
You didn't?
No.
It hasn't been adopted.
Didn't pick it up.
I wasn't at the last one.
No, we haven't seen.
Haven't you seen that?
No, not since.
I don't think we've seen this. We haven't seen the whole document.
And that was, we weren't going to, remember, because we needed to roll this process over to the new council. So that's why. Yep. Yeah, that's the wrong column there.
It's the wrong column.
Yeah.
It's not the wrong column, it's the wrong column.
It's the wrong column. Geez, you're hard, man.
I think it's the editor's problem as opposed to the councillor's problem.
Yeah. I can't remember who wrote this. What's the country here?
The primary benefactor is the applicant. Yeah,
Yep.
Absolutely. And
Yes.
it'll be 100%.
Fees and charges. Yep.
Yep.
We've actually got that proposed funding sources of fees and charges. That's the cost of actually getting a building consent. Okay. The next one is public nuisance, health and noise.
Interesting one, actually, yeah, because I must admit I disagreed with the outcome of that, but that's okay.
Now you can have a second bite of it.
I agreed the last time that I would agree, and I would agree now.
So this is quite an interesting one. We're actually saying here is the exacerbator is high, but the cost actually of having the service available for people to call up is actually the primary cost. Actually calling them out is an additional cost. The problem we have is we've actually said asterisks. We all we'll do is we'll try and recover where possible, because trying to actually recover the costs of a noise call out isn't, the legislation isn't helpful.
I think we had quite a bit of discussion about this one because
that's why
the health wise, in the hospitality sector, if we don't have good food hygiene, for example, the implications to the community far outweigh the cost to the individual business owner. So there is a huge public good for making sure that we've got a regulatory environment and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I'd like to hear from some of the councillors around the table now to see if they agree with that.
Yeah, because what we're seeing is the user pays is actually low.
Yeah.
Because of that, maybe we can actually put a note, and I like that actually. We should have actually put a note in that.
I'm taking.
What was the note?
I am taking notes.
Was it?
So Alistair has said is that there is a, because of the, just don't take this down verbatim, but because of
Potential,
food,
the potential effect if we get it wrong.
yeah, if there is a benefit to the whole community of having healthy premises, because the costs to the whole community, if there was a premise with poor health standards, that would actually impact on the whole of the district. Is that's what you're saying in terms of reputational?
Well, it's not, but more so disease could, diarrhea or something could, if someone doesn't look after chicken properly and you get a Campylobacter outbreak in the community or something like that.
But as I said, aren't I applying for a health license when I open the doors to the fees?
Yes, you are.
Cover at that point.
So you get charged for your inspection.
It's an annual fee, your safety plan. I mean, so the fees are being recovered.
Some fees are being.
Some fees are
being recovered, right? But the cost of health inspection or the annual inspection, licensing, all that stuff.
And I suppose for public nuisance and noise, how do you charge a premises for that?
Trade me, put the stereo on it.
Yeah. So it's whilst but your annual inspection is a point of time. Remember, it's just you're right as at the day you're inspected, but tomorrow you might have something not right, and the thing maybe not because of you, but because of your supplier or whatever. So there's that public health, which is the whole thing.
Public health, yep.
Because there are two separate activities going on here. One is the cafe owner that wants to get the appropriate licenses in order to operate, for which that is going to be user pays, basically. On the other hand, there's the excessive noise in the square last weekend that people are unhappy about. They want something done about it. And I don't think we do have the capacity to recover anything there, do we?
No, that's the problem. That's why we've got the districts there. Now we've actually said medium across the benefits, because potentially, if you wanted to, you could actually break this down into health activity, noise control, and other enforcement.
Yeah, we did talk about that at the time, I think, as well. Yeah. So.
But do we have another capacity, which is, I mean, sometimes, particularly with noise, you get litigious people who complain about a noise nuisance, which isn't actually a real nuisance. And so they're imposing costs on the rest of us to do anything if we can be recovered like there.
So rationale sort of covers off penalties should be applied to those who do not comply.
Yep.
So I guess that gives us a leeway to prosecute if need be necessary, or to,
So again,
noise is a time.
I see animal control is separated out of the site.
Yeah, absolutely. Animal control, we've actually got animal control separated down. Yep. So this is basically just your public nuisance, health and noise.
Fly tipping abandoned cars. That sort of thing.
Yep. So again, as part of step 2, Chief Executive will bring back how he proposes to actually comply with this. Safe and sanitary buildings.
Oh, we had a big debate about this.
Yes.
Mainly because of Featherstone.
Sorry?
Thinking about those.
We're online, aren't we?
So what we're saying is there is a high user pays philosophy here, that we're actually keeping the building safe and sanitary benefits the occupants or people using that building.
Or community.
Yep. Yeah. All right. However,
what about intergenerational equity principle?
We said that's nil. Good question.
But it's a long, and in some cases it can be long-term, ongoing.
Crunchy. He gets a crunchy, I get all the flakes.
As I said, Colin,
It's a you. So
it's probably chocolate all over my jeans. And
Colin, as I said at the beginning, your criteria is up here because you've been around the traps too long. You should know it all, right?
I understand completely.
So what you're suggesting here is that intergenerational at nil is the wrong answer. Because of now, that's probably not necessarily, this is probably here. Safe and sanitary buildings. So to me, here is, all we're doing is we're actually fixing the unsafe building and the unsanitary building. It doesn't necessarily reflect the earthquake.
But I'm not quite sure why we're fixing somebody else's unsanitary building.
Well, we're not actually fixing, we're actually declaring them unsafe and putting a notice up to stop people from using them.
Administrative cost.
Right.
Yeah, administrative
Compliance,
Yeah.
administrative cost.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably why, because this is the administrative cost, which answers, so we're not actually doing the adding, because it's a point in time, because that becomes safe and sanitary now. What's to stop it from becoming unsafe and unsanitary in a year's time?
That comes under health as well, public health and public nuisance, to be quite honest. Yeah.
And the other key point to it is there's actually no ability to get costs back from.
No.
So if you can't get costs, you've got to absorb.
Well, that's what we're seeing, right?
Exactly.
The owner occupier, it's right, hasn't taken, right? However, there is no ability to recover these costs.
What if you had something in your policy that stated that buildings in your district must meet sanitary and safe requirements? Can you then recover costs?
No, because this is the problem. Welcome to local government. We actually need a legal mechanism to recover costs. And at the moment, we've got all these pieces of legislation that allows us to recover the costs. While we can charge for a fee and a service, i.e. you come to us and we'll provide you the service, you don't pay, we don't provide that service. So that's covered by section 12 of the general power of competence of local government, where you're actually fining someone for failure to do something, you need a specific piece of legislation to do that, or a bylaw. So yes, you could pass a bylaw.
So Upper Hutton did that with safe and unsafe and unsanitary buildings, and I think that bylaw still.
But untested though.
Yeah, it hasn't been. And if you're going to produce a bylaw, you really need to act on it, and I don't think Upper Hutton have been brave enough to do just that.
Yeah,
we looked at it.
So unsafe and unsanitary buildings
commercial buildings can have a rates differential, but they can't have a sort of an individual user targeted rate.
No, you could put a targeted rate, or you could put another problem we're going to have. I know Kirsty's going to kill me if I suggest this, right? The problem you have is the Rating Act, and I haven't talked about it. And welcome to rating. The Rating Act is quite specific. So you only can rate as of what is on the property or what is happening on the property as of 1 July each year. So you're saying if it's safe and sanitary on the 1st of July and unsanitary and unsafe on the 2nd of July, you can't rate them for that year. And the problem you're going to have is you're going to have multitude of properties, not multitude, but a number of properties flicking in and out of that differential as of the condition as of 1st of July.
You're also confusing what rates are for by trying to use it as an enforcement tool rather than a service.
Well, it's actually a recovery of, yeah.
Well, you're trying to change behaviour, and therefore it's like an enforcement.
It is. It's like an enforcement,
which goes against the intent of what a rate is.
Yeah, and they
splitting hairs.
They frown on that.
Splitting hairs a bit.
Yeah. No, it's actually.
You are kind of using it as a fine rather than.
Yeah. Don't we rate penalising somebody vision of a service.
Okay, if you actually had a whole group of properties that were actually impacting on the social well-being of the community.
If we do,
funny enough,
you could actually do it that way, and the owner doesn't want to do it, and there is and you'd use you wouldn't identify it here. You would use it under section 1013B, part 2. It's that second step. So keep your powder dry on that one for the second step. Don't try and identify it here.
Could you just write that down for Rebecca?
I've just written that down.
So
Section.
Yeah.
Please note that staff will not be recording that because that's right, would actually be predetermination. So we would need to consider that as part of step 2. So you would need to raise it as part of step 2.
Yeah.
So you already made it. Right. Okay. So we happy where we've landed on that one? Anybody think I used to fly as a probably way to about. Yep. Right, animal control. So we're saying user pays here is medium to high, intergenerational is medium. Why are we saying intergenerational equity is medium for dog control? Sorry?
Is it children?
No.
dogs have puppies.
Yeah, there's facilities that we have to build.
There's facilities here. There's some.
Shouldn't they? Give the newbies a chance to answer.
Yeah. Oh, they did have a chance, Colin.
Oh, all right.
Okay. So that's why.
Well, you would jump because you love dog pounds.
Dog pounds will be my passion.
So what we're saying here is the exacerbator, the poor dog owner, creates additional cost for council. Council's still got to provide licensing, monitoring, but it's when we go and then have to take enforcement action, they are the exacerbator by their failure to monitor or not control their dog, that is actually causing a cost to council. So that's why it's very high. We're saying is we're going to recover, try and recover 80% through fees and charges, enforcements and penalties.
Yep.
With the 20% coming from the general rate. Okay. And the same with stock. It's exacerbates very high, it's not high, very long money. So that's almost the same. Stock control is basically the rationale is that the insurance that stock will be secured, right? So if they don't secure their stock, what can we go and do, team? Pick it up.
See some muster it into the paddock.
Yeah.
On a horse with a lasso.
Can I watch?
Dinosaur must be good at that.
Yeah.
You've been watching far too much Yellowstone.
Oh, I've been watching the Flintstones. Talk about dinosaurs. Right. So alcohol. We're saying is this is about licensing. That because of enforcement and monitoring is required, those costs should be recovered from users where possible, i.e. the licensed establishments. However, there's a benefit to the whole district of having a safe and enforcement policy. Can't argue with that? Don't want to argue with that?
I'd want to argue with.
Sorry?
Yeah, I'd argue with it. I mean, the main beneficiaries obviously are the people who sell and consume alcohol. The rest of the population, frankly, in a sense, couldn't care less, and they would argue, I'm not quite sure why we should contribute to somebody else's industry that's frankly more than able to pay for all its own costs.
I would say, from my point of view, I benefit if I'm not drinking or selling alcohol. I still benefit by having an alcohol policy that controls everybody else's behaviour.
Yeah.
The regulatory front.
You have to pay to control other people's behaviour.
Well, I mean, because I want that to exist. So if we just didn't have that policy and I'm going to suffer. Yeah, because they could be on the street, it could be all over the place.
It does, and everyone has the ability to go to these restaurants and bars to have an enjoyable night out, so it gives you that benefit as well.
Yeah, yeah, like I could tap into it if I wanted to.
There's the wider economic benefit for the community by.
Drinking private, things like that,
Well, that's a great, for example, Toastmart a reasonable probably income came into Greytown and Featherston for the cafes and things for it. So there's that wider economic benefit that flows from this for the communities.
This experience.
The rebel is under control.
That's just related to economic.
No, but it's about policy. It's not just enforcement. It's about what's the overall policy and how do we implement it. It's not just enforcement. So or licensing.
Workshops. To get to this.
Yeah.
Can I just say, right, we've actually got your point covered, because what we're saying is because enforcement and monitoring is required, those costs should be recovered from users where possible. So the other problem we have with liquor licensing is there's actually a schedule of fees. So we've actually got to stick to those costs. Now I know when the current act was being developed, there was a proposal that councils could recover the actual costs. That was never actually enacted. But that was the intent. That never actually happened.
And I've even had people complain to me that they're not being charged enough because they regard it as absurd that they're being charged whatever they're being charged for an activity, but they well know must cost an awful lot more.
Yep.
Do you mean the punter? Is it the punter complaining we're not charging enough for drinks?
Yes, this is more the license.
The license holder.
The license holder thought this was ridiculous.
Oh, that would meet many of those.
So one,
Because they said if this loss that the council is making on me is being multiplied 1,000 times across the district, it's actually a significant cost. They weren't so much worried about their individual benefit, which obviously they were probably paying for, but they were looking at the bigger picture of how many times are we losing money every time somebody applies for a special license.
But what you're saying is
special
that we are directed by a schedule of fees. So we can't just say
No, that's the problem with
that costs $1 million because
That's right.
someone that's already
I
telling.
know there's a requirement here under the Sale of Liquor Act as well, right? I mean, actually, someone has written down in the Sale of Liquor Act what we have to provide as a council with the liquor licensing authority. The OQA actually so dictates already what we have to do to a certain extent.
Yep. So what my understanding is basically that there's now if we issue a license for this is the amount we can actually legally charge.
Yeah.
It's actually set.
Yeah.
And this is the problem we've actually got. It's really weird when you talk about the amusement. I can't remember the name of the act, but there's some bizarre little act where you've got to go and inspect all these little
The entertainment and something.
that's the one. Yep. The fee for that's about $50, and it costs like $300 or $400 to actually do the
Physical inspection.
Physical inspection of the time and the costs of going backwards and forwards, and all you can recover is $50. Welcome to our world.
It's a song, isn't it?
Sorry?
John Orwell.
So
And there wasn't much work.
again, we said the same thing for food. All right, moving on. Council facilities. So that's your halls. What else is in there? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Sport podium, swimming pool.
Swimming pool.
Yeah.
Swimming pools might be.
Oh, they separate.
No.
But it would be the
Public space. We actually amalgamated here.
Yeah.
So we actually brought in a whole lot of things into here. And that's what I was saying, costs and benefits is medium. You could actually go and break this out to the nth degree. And we didn't think it would be about identifying it separately.
And if you use the example of a hall, for instance, you know, there are benefits for providing a community hall. Some you'll recover some cost on, others you won't get cost back at all. So, but there are certainly benefits in terms of providing that amenity to our communities.
So this is part of the community hall.
Yep.
What about the rural halls like Kahutara?
Yep.
Purana, Hanakura, Tukumuri, are they still?
They're not, those are council.
They still owned?
So look at their own by the community.
Yeah, community owned, aren't they?
Owned and fundraising.
Yeah.
And that's, I guess that's where a lot of the time you would have noticed like through the community board rather than through council. A lot of the time if they're wanting, they'll come and seek support for something through the community boards. But they go ahead and they, you know, get it done themselves. So
Refurbishment of Torah was done through grants.
yeah.
Yeah.
Alice, you made a comment to me on Monday night about Anzac Hall. So
That's council owned.
that's council owned.
Yeah.
You said we're responsible for the upkeep of it, but we don't own the asset, I think is what.
We own the asset, we're responsible for the upkeep. We're limited as to what we can do because it's a heritage. So we're very limited as to what we can do.
We have an Anzac club that effectively oversees. It doesn't spend the money, it does have money, and it does spend some money on some of the niceties, but it's a council structure and council's responsible for its maintenance. The Anzac Club sort of sees the heritage value and makes recommendations or works with council to make sure that heritage value is not
Lost.
So like if we wanted to refurbish the toilets, there's things that we need to comply with because of the heritage structure of the building and so on.
It's a very important building.
Yeah, it is a very important building.
We're getting sidetracked.
Bloody cold.
Getting sidetracked, but useful, right? So what we're basically saying here is 80% is the benefit of the whole district. But we're saying there's 15% that allows individual or exclusive use.
Yeah.
So that is basically people can actually hire a hall or some, I'm not sure how it works here, but I know a number of councils, you can actually book a part of a reserve for a day. So there is a booking fee, not a rental charged.
We have weddings in here, for instance, and a wedding in the Anzac, they pay a fee for that, a pirate rate. We've got that's set in our fees and charges.
But I know some councils say, look, if you want to have a
Party of the park.
part of a park,
Right.
we won't charge you a rent.
Hireage.
It's not hired, but we'll charge you a booking fee. You exclusive use over that for a limited period of time.
We don't do that, do we? With parks,
Very community focused.
Yeah.
but like the square foot, and we only might charge a fee for power usage, but
I guess if commercial entities suddenly started.
which is likely to happen.
Maybe look at it.
Yeah, I know the likes of Mr. Whippy, right? Often tap.
Is that the ice cream bloke?
Yeah, tap into the power supply, so you'd actually charge them for that as a fee. And you're allowed to do that for a fee. All right, so we happy with that? The next one is cemeteries. Where we landed, was it 80%?
You suppose.
Rural land.
No, it's the one if I use that doesn't pay.
Who's going to go for it?
Family.
It should be 100% use and pay that one.
Well, it's a family because the family pays.
Yeah, but have we got it right here? The percentage, because what we're saying is 80% is the whole district.
Oh, that's the wrong way around.
Oh, well, no, the charge to the family isn't very high. In fact, I was going to ask about that because I know 10 years ago, a Wellington person bought a plot out here incredibly cheaply, no more expensive than a local, because it was much cheaper to buy a grave out here than a Wellington.
Oh, yeah.
So, but do we allow, but that person paid the same as a local person? And surely we don't let them.
I think there is a different charge.
Are the Auckland is moving into our cemetery?
So we cost contaminating the soil. How dare that Wellington person.
I'm just trying to understand the rationale of the 80%.
Because you've got to maintain the graveyard. Yeah.
I'm struggling as well.
As well.
Where does the maintenance,
Yeah,
where does the maintenance come from?
the graveyard.
Graveyard.
And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just saying, if I don't know,
On this one,
100 people in the cemetery. is
what was the,
responsibility of the entire district to maintain.
I think what we talked about was the fact that these cemeteries last forever. And we can only charge once for a
Yeah.
grave.
They're intergenerational.
It's not a parks and recreation thing as well, the maintenance of the cemetery rather than the
Yeah.
graves.
Yeah, there's been a whole cemetery.
there was a rationale behind us making that.
And so there's 80% council.
And there's historical parts. So if you go to some of our cemeteries, Greytown, for example, you go to the back, it's got graves going back to the 1800s and things. And you know, that's now historical.
Anzac.
And I think you're right, because we actually highlighted the availability of space for interment as, right, it's actually the heritage value. And it's that, then there's that individual that they've actually got that, the Wellingtonians coming here, right, that they've actually got a security of a place.
Yeah,
I don't
maintain
even-
forever.
I don't even think we spoke about outsiders coming in.
No, we didn't.
Their place during this conversation, so I think we should have
Do know.
we need to have a.
Change the allocation.
It's a loophole, yeah.
Saying is, the argument that we have to pay forever is not an argument. Because there's a very simple solution to this. What you do is, I mean, for example, I'll just make a side point here, is there are alternatives being buried in a cemetery. And people who choose those alternatives are in fact not about to land the community with 80% of the bill for their choice. We know that there's going to be an ongoing cost, and therefore we charge the net present value of what that ongoing cost is. Obviously, we cannot do that historically, and therefore there may well be an interim period where the whole district does have to foot the bill, but over time we should be seeing that reduce 80, 75, 70, so that as more and more people join the great majority, more and more people are paying for the proper cost of their internment. And actually, if they did have to pay the proper cost, they might think about some more ecological alternatives that are actually a lot less costly.
Yep. So does that thought got support? Because we can put that into the policy, no problem.
I'm just thinking, because we provide this amenity for our communities, either in our three towns, and a lot of those people who serve their community as well, and I think there's got to be a degree of acknowledgement for somebody's contribution to a community, for instance, by way of providing this amenity. Otherwise, don't provide it at all. We have a crematorium on site, and if anybody wants to get buried, they get buried.
And further to that, all our cemeteries in the country are required to have a return serviceman site as well.
That's right. Yeah. Yes. So there's cost imposed on us.
I think we definitely need to look at our schedule of fees for
Yeah.
the cost of purchasing.
Yep.
Yeah.
What we're saying is.
Okay, says, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would hate to think that if we changed the percentage one way or the other, that we'd see a reduction in care and service and maintenance at our cemetery site. So I think that's something else that we've got to be incredibly careful of as well.
Can I make a suggestion here? What we maybe want to look at is, at the moment we've got costs and benefits of actually being nil. Maybe we might actually want to raise that to medium, and we might put a comment in that if we should be looking at trying to identify the costs of maintaining historical sites, because they're an obligation, compared with providing future interment and identifying those costs. And that's just a holding pattern for now. We can talk about it in step 2.
But could we also add that looking at people from outside the area
finance.
I think they need to do that.
That's part of what you would actually talk about. Absolutely. Yep.
I'm sorry, John, I got a funny feeling hearing something about that years ago, that the council did do something about that because it was happening so much.
And there is a
Yeah.
higher cost for non-residents.
Yeah, and you've also got to look, so if you take Carterton, for instance, so you've got cremation headstone walls, just plaque walls, right, for cremations. You've got normal burials for normal burials. Then as time goes by, people want things different. So in Carterton, for instance, you've got natural burials. Now they take up, believe it or not, more space. So do you charge, how much do you charge? They also have a pet cemetery area. So what do you charge for those? So there's all sorts of other things that come into it. As time moves on, people are doing things different and what it's going to cost.
Yeah, but
So what I'm suggesting is we actually look at this one as part of step 2.
I agree.
Right.
Put an asterisk on it.
My learned friend to my left has already.
Well done. Otherwise we'll get bogged down on the detail. I'll be still here at 5 o'clock tonight, which won't please.
Won't please me because I would have, if I'm here at 5, I would have missed the flight.
Unless there's by the way,
Probably need a strict.
There is a Charlie informs me there is a non-resident charge. Did you know that Wellington?
Yeah, but red one, sorry, significant.
More than the normal charge.
But
An adult burial was 750.
By a plot.
The additional.
Sign me up now.
The additional fee is $900.
it's
Only 100.
Effectively more than doubling it.
pretty good bargain.
It's cheap.
Interestingly, Wellington has the fewer burials per head of population in the whole country.
Yeah, but they've got.
Wellington has the fewest.
I think it's $3,000 there though.
Yeah, but part of the reason is that Wellington, as a percentage, actually has very few over 75s.
Everyone moves to retirement.
Everyone moves to retirement places, Kapiti Coast over here.
To the Wairarapa.
Yes.
Or Kapiti Coast. Yeah, it's Wellington City.
The other thing you also have to look at, just not to carry it on too long, is so our business, we do a lot of work for councils, not this council, other councils. And yesterday, one of my guys actually had to go and dig out for new headstone areas because people are buying plots so far ahead of time. All the ones that are existing ready are already sold. So you're actually putting out quite a bit of money sometimes ahead of they're actually being used.
Yep. And that's why we said intergenerational principle is high. Because, you're buying something now, you might not need it.
They're 40 years.
You'll see, for example, my in-laws, right? They bought 2 plots and it took them 20 years to fill them.
They wanted to be,
both of them. They want both of them, yeah.
they want to be buried next to each other, so you buy them now.
Stretch my legs.
That's all right. Thank you.
Can I have 30 seconds to go and stretch my legs?
He knows. He knows. We can carry on.
We can carry on with that. We might just make some more progress. Housing, oh my goodness.
That's why I left.
I missed all that. I'm pleased that we'll move on. So what we're saying is we're saying 20% of senior housing should be paid for by the general rate and 80% paid for by the occupants. The rationale the community have requested that we support this activity by the provision of affordable accommodation for people experience housing insecurity.
Can I ask a question of my more experienced friends? I thought Harry said yesterday that the cost to maintain the senior housing was far and above what we.
This is the
20%.
So it's just the
policy. The reality is that if we wanted 80% to be recovered, if we actually put our fees at 80% recovery,
Can afford it.
we would be putting them up a lot.
So this is the policy, but actually we're billing at a much reduced rate.
So again, those rocks of reality come in. All right.
Because we're saying that that's kind of where it sits for the whole district, but that's not necessarily what we charge.
Some places it's a bit.
Okay. So the next one is our good old library. So we're saying that's 100% general rate. And the library services provide holistic benefits across the whole of the district. It's available to everyone, whether you choose to use it or not. I hate to say it, I haven't stepped inside a library in the last 12 years.
I love the library.
But I already put a paper a number of libraries. Anyway, moving on. Campgrounds. We've got 100% by part because these are leased for a commercial return. Compared with camping areas. So these are the.
Do we charge individuals for camping areas?
Sorry?
Donation box.
Donation box.
Wow.
Donation box.
So it's that, then that comes with an administration cost. You'd have to have wranglers going around charging.
Yeah.
So that's that cost versus benefit of actually how much money would you actually have to, how much would it cost to employ someone and how much revenue are you likely to get in?
And then there's also the impact of if you start charging, do they just go and find a lane that's not being used and
Well, yeah, and that's not a safe. Yeah.
Once you start charging, also you have to start looking at providing amenities for them and safe and health and freedom camping is the way to go.
camping bylaw over the next 18 months. So, yeah.
Okay. So what we're saying is the primary benefit is for the whole of the district. However, there are flow-on effects to the commercial sector as well as individuals using that facility. Happy?
Great.
Okay. Investment properties. The purpose is for a commercial return to provide. The purpose of commercial investment is to provide a return to the taxpayer.
So what sort of billing are we doing here? I'm confused about that one.
That's our rental properties.
Pension rates.
No.
That was the housing.
These are out.
That's the senior housing.
If I wanted to be here for that one, can we
Bad luck. No, bad luck.
Our investment properties.
And we've been renegotiating the leases very well.
Okay.
By us and 80%.
Yeah, it was.
Sorry.
It was.
That's debate around there.
You did.
Is there lots of debate around there?
No. Yeah. See,
It's clear and we agree.
there we agree. Moving on. Moving to lose.
Sorry, what was the investment property? What was the charge?
100%, at least 100%.
So what are we talking, what charge are we talking about?
Lease them.
We lease them.
Oh, you lease.
Commercial-
Oh,
Commercial lease.
oh, right. Yeah.
That is our farms that we bought for.
Yeah.
Right, waste collection. This is collection. So the primary benefit is to the individual because of the convenience of waste collection and contributes to a cleaner district. So we're going to recover 90% through user charges, whether it be for rubbish bin tickets or targeted rates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I reckon it's, but that also includes all the public spaces as well and the public bins and everything. I would see that split more as in like 75-25 or something like that. I wouldn't see it as 90-10.
Can we clarify for the next step what that actually covers? Does it actually include the?
So parks and reserves
Yes.
get the cost of emptying the public.
This is just solid waste and recycling forced out
And they're picking up the
individual properties.
Yes. Okay, happy? Or
So happy.
accepting. Let's not talk about happiness.
So not.
Sorry?
So happy.
Good.
It's ecstatic.
Right. Flow, land up with the
Joy.
They're an ongoing cost. There's no recovery on that.
There's no facility, they're actually closed and we've got an obligation to maintain them.
Yep.
Okay, 100%. Transfer stations. Again, same as your waste collection. The primary benefit is for the users. However, there's a benefit in the whole district having the availability of a transfer station.
Yeah.
That they don't actually have to go to Carterton or Masterton.
There's still a few go to Carter.
So I thought
Most of them are counted, don't
I thought the solid waste included,
One at a time?
I thought the solid waste included transfer stations. But if you go back up to the waste one, so what's that 10% cover? Because I know they won't pick my rubbish up, so it's not available to me.
So you're not,
It's the whole district.
You pay a charge.
for it to be picked
You
up.
won't be-
Yeah, but it's obviously going into the rates because it says the whole district, is it? General rates charge, but why might, yeah, but it's, there's also in the general rates, but they won't pick it up for me or anyone further out of town.
Yeah.
No, but you're quite happy to go downtown and have the rubbish bins in town.
Yeah, but that's
But
part of,
that's part of the different
that's part of Parks and
parks and reserves. That goes
The
under
ones on
something
Main
different.
Street.
One's on Main Street, aren't Parks and Reserves, aren't?
No.
One's outside businesses, aren't?
No.
They're different again. Oh,
So you need to put all your rubbish in your pockets.
Price going
You don't
down,
want-
yeah, dump it all down, yeah.
however,
You can't do that because that's where the rubbish is.
what he's saying is you can't dump household in a provided.
But yeah.
And if you're not paying towards the 10%, you, anytime you're uptown, you have to put all your rubbish in your pockets.
In your pocket.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
We watch now. I get to finish and just drop it a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, what he said.
But are you subcontracting your rubbish bin now?
Okay,
Recycling.
recycling.
Yeah.
Collection of the recycling benefits the individual and the reuse of materials and the waste streams benefit the contractor.
Yeah, so that's actually was discussed at combined council the other day, because I raised the question about the benefits that the contractor gets over and above the benefits we get. Now, my understanding is that there are some changes occurring within that waste minimalisation thing, and that the contractor may not benefit any longer.
Certainly not to the same extent.
No, to the same extent.
Thank you, central government and their bottle policy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so we may need to have a look at that later on.
That's fine, but at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment it's fine. Yeah.
At the moment, it's fine.
Can I just throw us a little question in the works, in terms of our green policy, or whatever it's called, and the recycling part, is there a benefit to the community for us to encourage recycling, and therefore should we not be paying a little bit towards the encouragement and the
Yes, well, I identified
at the moment we haven't identified it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Oh, sorry.
You would argue that by having increased community recycling, you have reduced solid waste and reduced transfer station use, and therefore that's a good thing. So you have less costs. So, like you say, it would be beneficial to distribute those costs.
So are we talking sort of 90-10 or 80-20 sort of thing?
So Alistair, do I hear a motion on the table?
No, because
I'm hoping not,
it's
but-
a workshop. Okay, no, this is a workshop.
I would move the motion just to make sure that it was debated properly, but I don't think
We can't actually put a motion, but do I actually have a suggestion? Do we actually want to change that percentage?
Can we reconsider it?
Reconsider it?
I think I've got another question. Why have we got transfer stations and recycling separate when they're actually the same thing?
Because we also have recycling, but like bins and stuff in town as well. Like, so you don't have to go out to the transfer station. Yeah, you've got like your waste station and stuff.
Yeah, you guys live in town, well, that.
So can I suggest, because of the changes that are likely to occur in the very near future, we leave that as it is, and then we have a look at it again as those changes occur.
Well, what you could do, this is actually a classic one, where you could modify this as step 2, considering the environmental impacts.
Just go with that.
Okay. Right, community development. Basically, we're saying is the whole community benefit from community development, which is different from economic development, whereas there are distinct sectors of the community that benefit from that, being the whole district, right? All commercial enterprises and targeted focused sectors, i.e. food and wine. So there's actually 3 groups, the whole, all commercial, and then within commercial there are specific sectors that benefit. And at the moment we've got a 50-50.
That actually, yeah, I would have thought that would be more towards the individual than the whole community. Works both ways.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem you have is that when you are investing in economic development, there is actually a long lead return. So you might be investing in economic development and it takes some time before the business actually arrives or the business actually increases.
I think the other way.
That's the lag. It might be 5 years.
So I think the other way to look at it is that, as a council, we're investing in economic development for our businesses so they can actually thrive, make money, which then flows back to the council to pay for other things. So it is actually a long-term investment as opposed to a cost.
It's also, Alistair, I would say is that if you're investing in businesses, that then you're actually got individuals prospering, which are part of the community as well.
And that's a good point. It's an investment in the future, not a cost to.
You shouldn't see it as a cost. You should see it as an investment and it's employment for future generations and so on. So there's all that sort of thing that flows from.
Social,
But nevertheless, if it's an investment and if it's a sensible investment, it should make a return.
Well, we do make a return because we get kids in employment in the next year, and we find immediately businesses.
That's not immediately quantifiable.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
But so, I can see, I don't know, I think that's pretty good.
I think that's about right.
So we're investing in weeds, for example. That's where we're talking about the money. If we as a council didn't invest in economic development forum, which is great for the district as a whole, it's providing long-term employment, future investment, and so on. But that's a really good thing that the whole community builds. If we put it all on business, we're not going to have a community.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah, it just wouldn't happen.
I'm not suggesting we should put it all on business, but I do think there's something a bit questionable about the 50-50. I mean, if we were a bank investing in.
But looking at it from from a governance lens rather than from a commercial lens, like banking or any of those other businesses. What are we here for when we're talking about economic development? What do we think as a council that actually looks at where do we want it to sit and does it fit there, or is it at 60-40 and we need to try and move it to 50-50? Where do we sit?
Economic development is a benefit of community.
Absolutely. So a good example is Martinborough Fair or Toast Martinborough, for instance. The economic benefits of having that event here. Astronomical right across the district. So the cafes, the accommodation, everything basically benefits from it. So, but if we don't make that investment as a council, for instance, supporting economic development in the area, will those events happen?
Well, that's the same argument she comes used to trot out for why the rest of us should pay for she.
We're talking about SNP.
We've also got to think about the people who are paying the bills. They're the pensioners, they're the.
Not all of them.
No, but they're included. And if something like Toast Martinborough, and I haven't seen the accounts, I'm sure, but if it's so successful, it actually does not need any subsidy from us.
I don't think it
doesn't have any.
No. So
as an example.
As an example. So economic development right across the Wairarapa, our contribution, for instance, benefits our communities hugely simply by, and I use Toast Martinborough as an example. That all comes through that economic development package.
When I used it, I got shouted down. Are you allowed to use it?
Oh, because you're the leader.
We don't want to poke the bear.
Okay.
Shouldn't that intergenerational equity actually be higher than low?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Oh, good boy, Woody.
Done, Woody. And you're right.
All right.
Yeah, so we're going to try and agree. I don't think that should actually be lower, it should be medium. Because normally high is when you're investing in hard stuff.
Yeah.
And that's the sole focus, but I think there's No, there is a longer term payback. Yep. Okay, right.
I think the other thing that would be helpful in some of these, no, you don't want to check it out. We'll probably get another one. Would be to have a kind of an understanding, and I'm sure it's coming, of when we say 50-50 split, what kind of dollar value we're talking? Like, is that, are we talking about, I don't know, taking $1,000 for the community, or are we talking about $1 million?
You're right. It's a flaky question.
That's all right, I'll take it.
Why? Because what we're doing here is really theoretical. What step 2 does is actually that's the next step.
Breaks down the dollars.
And we actually said, what is the actual cost and what does it really look like? And I think we want to stay theoretical at the moment. And once we've had that theoretical discussion, then we have the rocks of reality discussion.
Yeah, and it may need some changes. I mean, it's very well. What's what it costs?
I'm expecting significant.
Yeah.
I'm expecting a number of changes as we go through step 2.
Yeah.
Also, when we look at the activity, this is a really big picture activity. It's not economic development is just weeds or just this. It's a holistic look at economic development.
The dollars alongside them and see what they look like.
To the specific.
So time.
Yeah, gosh, we're getting late.
Oh no, we're not too bad. Let's how far we've got to go. That's how much we've done. So there.
I think we've got roading around the wrong way again.
No.
No.
Oh, no.
80% individual.
Absolutely. So how did you get here today, Alistair?
I drove. How are you gonna bill me for that?
Sorry?
We're going to charge you.
Bill, it's about who's benefiting.
Yeah.
No, but that's the proposed allocation of
Correct.
cost.
Yes, of who benefits.
No.
So when you came here, because that's a bad example, when you went to get your coffee this morning,
I walked.
Not a good example.
no? Generally, it's accepted that a transportation to or from home to a work location or to or from a home to a recreation is for the individual benefit. They're actually doing it for their purpose, right?
But
I'm so confused.
But on the-
I thought it was really on the one board. I'm really confused.
We need more chocolate.
No.
But I thought that the allocation was the way it was being charged, and now we're thinking about it being the benefit. Now I'm.
Okay. So then
Because when we talk about jobs, we said 80% of the cost will go to individuals and 20% for the community because of the benefit. And now you've turned around this
no,
way.
yeah, but what it can do, Alistair, all right? Who pays roughly about 50% of your costs for roading?
NZTA.
Okay. How do they get their money?
For road user charges and registration. And
Individual tax,
Yeah.
which is actually an individual benefit. It's not actually coming out of the government. It's not coming out of your taxes. It's actually a private.
No, but our 50%, our 49% of roading costs are coming out of ratepayers, and that includes based on how many cars.
I'm not billing you individually, but I could be billing individual sectors. Who creates generally the biggest cost in roading?
Forestry.
Sorry?
Forestry as an industry.
Trucks,
Right?
right?
You can break that down even further.
Yes, and that's where I'm heading at that 80%. If you don't have that 80% here, you're going to struggle to actually put the heavy trucks.
Okay, right.
Okay. And also,
But the whole community.
sorry?
Trucks benefit the whole community, because otherwise you wouldn't have food, you wouldn't have clothes, you wouldn't have anything.
Yeah. But then
climate change denial. They charge for it.
But then, yeah, and this is the quandary, and you need to take a view that if you're actually travelling to get something, it's actually for your benefit, right? You, in theory, if you had a big enough piece of land and you had all your, growed your own cotton and your sheep, etc., you could actually weave your own clothes, etc. So you actually going to the shop or getting clothes delivered to you is actually a personal benefit. Probably an individual, a community benefit as well that you've got clothes, but let's not go there.
So why are the costs and benefits low?
Costs and benefits are separating the activity out. So what we're saying is you could actually take roading and break it down into different categories. So you could actually do rural roads,
footpaths.
We've done footpaths. We've like rural roads, arterial roads, collector roads, commercial roads. You could actually break that down. Sorry?
Paper roads.
Paper roads, yeah. That's what we're saying, it's relatively low. You could actually, I have seen some work being done in another council where they're trying to identify the costs and beneficiaries for each road.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, so there's actually a rationale for that.
So if your argument with roading is it's an individual's access way basically, so you pay 80%.
Yep.
It should be the same for footpaths too. It's exactly the same thing that you're on.
Can I just right?
Just had a
The other thing is right. So when this comes down to, I hate using this term. It's economic principles that when you get so many people on the road, you actually, other people then can't use the road. Generally, that doesn't happen with footpaths. You know, you've also, one day, you might not be able to drive on your road without actually having a GPS transponder. You can actually walk on the footpath and no one can stop you from walking on the footpath. So you're actually saying is there is actually a higher, what the previous council said is there is a higher overall benefit to the community of footpaths than there is of actually of roads per se.
Or yeah, but I mean, there's an economic benefit of having, you know, roads, whether it's urban and rural. I would say that's a greater economic benefit than having footpaths on an urban.
Good comment. And where you have economic benefit, where does that economic benefit tend to end up at the individual level?
Yes, I think we need your economist brother along for a little discussion about the market economy and how
in Chinese economy.
Tell him to bring it.
I'm buying all the land out there for forestry.
Sorry? So my recommendation is leave it at this stage and see where we land up in step 2.
Okay, yeah.
That's my recommendation. You can ignore me and I'm quite happy to be ignored.
I think it's worthy carrying on the debate in that second phase and look at the cost. Yep.
And the same with, you know, you can't
probably footpaths too, yeah.
Yep, you can't stop people from using footpaths. Now there potentially will be mechanisms for stopping people using vehicles in the future. You know, congestion charging if you live in a big city is coming. It's only a matter of time. You won't have congestion charging for footpaths, I would imagine. Ever.
There are options about how many footpaths we build and to what.
Oh, absolutely. Where you build them, exactly. Yep. And that, you know, the rural people may not benefit from footpaths other than when they actually come into town.
That's an interesting one.
And yet we're saying that everyone benefits from it.
Yeah, well, I didn't say that. The previous council did. Yeah. No, everyone has the ability to benefit.
But everyone has the ability to benefit from a
footpath as well.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Bring that previous council back in. We need to understand what they were thinking.
We're here.
Absolutely. So the issue, no, you would just have a shot. The issue for me is you're actually quite right. You could actually argue that footpaths are actually got 100% of the whole district. However,
yeah, I would.
I'm now a rural person. I never come into town.
And
But you would at some stage.
cycling on a cycle trail, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because you're cycling around your lovely 55 acres.
Only 55 acres, 555, yeah.
Talking about me.
Yeah.
And your 10 citrus trees.
I think under the footpath issue, now I don't know what the previous council were contemplating, but I think here's a very live example. If we improve the footpath down, say, the main street of Featherston, for example, then that is broadly a benefit for anybody who is shopping in Featherston, meeting friends in Featherston. If we improve the footpath on Regent Street in Martinborough, that's a pretty limited benefit to a pretty limited number.
Well, I don't know if I'd agree with that because now there's the motels down there and
Well,
they haven't had any accidents.
The danger is you're going to start splitting
Staying as well.
this off district wide. Yeah, I mean, you have to think about this district wide because you can single out specific areas where there are no benefits. There is no doubt about it at all. But then there are other high use benefits as well. So I think if we start singling it down to individual streets and I think we'll be here all day.
Yes.
Well, I agree we will, but the principle is if you've got two properties that are otherwise equal and one's got a nice road and a nice footpath, it's got a greater value.
So if I pay a higher rate.
So I've got no footpath outside my place. I don't get a rubbish pick. Hey?
Do you have a cycle track?
No,
You like it that way too, don't you?
exactly.
Okay, right. So what are we going to do with our footpaths? We're going to leave them the same or we're going to modify?
I think leave it the same.
I would have said.
Leave them the same? Okay. Right, now, don't shoot the messenger on this one. Everyone benefits from cycling and walking activities that makes our roads and footpaths safer. So that was the rationale for it.
I just don't think it's 100%. I'm sorry.
Sounds like someone.
Oh, okay.
This also contributes to recreation values. So i.e. most in the South Wairarapa, you're not using cycleways for personal transport to get to and from work, you're using it for
Recreational value, absolutely right.
And it's the recreation value that was actually driving this argument previously.
Yeah.
There was also an investment in tourism as well. I mean, was that a feature of this?
That was a bit of an offshoot from,
Sorry? Yeah.
Recreational value has meaning in two ways. One, it's for the individual, get fit and keep them happy, but then happiness is the well-being for the community as well. So it's sort of ways, and if we get cyclists off the road, and it makes the road safer too.
Yep.
But it's not necessarily getting cyclists off the road if they're using them mostly for recreational purposes and not for transportational.
The racing.
That's a pragmatic point.
Sorry?
I was wondering, is there not a bit of a pragmatic point that applies as it did to the liquor licensing? Even if we thought it wasn't 100/0, I don't think we've got a mechanism for extracting whatever it would be from the cyclists.
Were you actually listening to what Charlie was whispering in my ear? That's exactly what Charlie said to me.
Well, I think we both deserve a shot.
yeah.
Oh,
I think-
that's not pointing a chocolate.
Cycleways. I mean, I know that they're a great thing, but I still think that there's an individual benefit, just as much for or not just as much for the whole district, but I definitely have it at least an 80-20 split.
Okay, can I go back here?
That's 100%.
It's at 100% beneficial to the whole district.
For the whole, absolutely.
And nothing
Absolutely.
parts or individuals.
So what was it is,
Oh, senior housing again.
no, can I just remind you what you agree in terms of your council facilities, which includes your parks?
Yeah.
We said generally that's actually benefiting the whole of the district. The only bits that were coming off were where there were facilities that we could actually identify for the individual. So if we're saying the cycleways don't have a recreation value. What's different from the 100% within the council facilities than within 100% for cycleways? I'm not.
For a start, you've got to own a bike and not everyone owns a bike.
So it's also who's going to be using the cycleways, because I can't imagine that there's a lot of tourism around our swimming pools. Like people don't come to the district to use our swimming pools. That's mostly residents using.
Before I moved, Joe's night over here just to use the pool.
Like if there was a percentage of use of residents versus out of district people using the pools, just as an example, would you have the same thing with the cycleways? Like, would it be the same split?
A huge amount of people.
That's why I mean,
I think you've got a more.
and I don't think it's 100%. I think it's.
Can I just unpick what's been said? I think you've actually raised a really good point. We haven't talked about it.
Being passionate.
Sorry?
Colin's getting.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he'll bounce back. I know he bounced. The issue, I don't want to lose what's been said. The fact that is actually that your cycleways are also contributing to visitor and tourism.
Business, what I just said.
That's what I want to unpick that.
Or are those?
I never do. That's okay. I'm okay. I don't need one. Put besides me. I'm okay. I'm fine.
But tomorrow, I haven't had one of those. But I think you've actually raised a really valid point that potentially we could actually change this here and say, is it also contributes to increased tourism and visitor activity. And I think on that basis.
That then is a benefit to 100% of the
businesses.
Yep.
Regulation, restaurant.
So Charlie's going to add into the commentary.
Yes.
There is also a benefit by increased tourism and visitors using
Very much so.
these facilities.
They tend to be a high net worth visitor as well, so.
So does that
When you're
mean,
spending 13,000 each on an e-bike,
so does that mean we put some on individuals because all of a sudden business owners are profiting from it more than?
that's where I was actually heading. You could actually, therefore, you could actually put.
But it's just 20%.
20%. Yep.
Or
Whatever council feels comfortable.
I just watch out you don't overtax people.
Yeah.
You'll drive businesses out of the district and you'll drive.
So if I just want to jump on my bike at my roadside trail, that's free. But if I wanted to set up a business that took safaris of people through on their cycle trails, I would pay a commercial fee to. Right?
There's no ability to do that at the moment.
Also, this is
good thought.
Really good.
Isn't that just like road user charges over?
We don't have that. We don't have that ability to do it. We don't have bike user charges.
It's also how we feed into what's going for the rates as well, right?
Yes.
But it's slice of the pie.
Why do we start having user charges on electric vehicles?
It's a little bit like in Australia where they have like anybody can use a park, but if you wanted to be a personal trainer and have like a group session in the park in the morning, you have to pay a license.
Just remember, we're not Australia. I mean, Australia.
We're not Australia, no, but like I'm just thinking as if you know.
Australians, if you want to register a trailer over there, you're talking $900 a year.
Yeah. Look, can I just ask a clarification? What's the difference between a cycle trail and a cycleway?
I know.
Cycleway would be on the road, isn't it?
Cycleways are sort of
As part of the roading corridor.
Is it like, oh, yeah.
One starts generally off road.
Yeah.
cycle trails.
Okay, and over on the right, it says walking activities, so we're assuming that they.
Walking trails.
It's like the
Trail serves two purposes.
So the cycleways you can actually walk on. Cycle trails you probably wouldn't want to really be on.
Yeah.
Depends if you're tramping.
Actually, you might even not walk on any of them. Put those together.
40 kilometres on a cycle.
It's on the Wellington pavement, actually.
But
Blue lines everywhere.
okay.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yep.
Thank you. Right, stormwater. We're saying is well articulated, stormwater will receive benefit, the whole district will see as benefit and accessibility, that you can come to town and you don't have to bring your gumboots.
Come to Featherston on a wet day.
That's right. I understand it's been a very wet winter. Sorry?
No one that ever looked at South Island, but it was.
That's actually quite unusual. Because we don't actually have a formed or a reticulated stormwater network for any of our three towns.
Oh, so you won't be losing anything then, huh?
No.
That's now down to 2 waters for you, not 5. So what was said is the whole district 20, and then basically parts was those are that. Basically the towns. All right, moving on. Water supply. Oh, so we've got 2. We've got treatment and supply. Basically saying is the user benefits from safe, clean, and clear drinking water. Yep. Unless you have up north.
I mean,
Well, that was back in 2016. We've improved a little bit since then.
2019, I thought.
But like this with whites and so far as whilst our rural community doesn't use the town water supply, the whole community benefits from like not having sick residents, etc.
You could, but the previous council chose not to. So you could, this new council could, absolutely.
it's because the majority of the rural, not so. Yeah, actually, yeah. So a lot of the rural residents don't use town supply.
No, they don't use town supply, but they also don't use our solid waste collection, and yet that split was 90-10 because the overall benefit of having our waste
Taken away.
and taken away is good for it. Health benefits.
I think there was a bit of acknowledgement comment on this one that rural actually do pay for water, but they pay 100% for their water because they're actually doing it anyway.
Themselves.
Same with their
Yeah.
wastewater. They're
So that's
they're not getting this for nothing, but
Yeah.
they're still contributing.
No, it's just trying to understand
Yeah.
the rationale between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good question.
Definitely.
There are some.
With the cockapoo.
Can I just say? No, I was going to order it. I mean, there are some councils that actually do that. That actually, there is a proportion of the water rate that is paid by everybody. And you'd be surprised at that council. I'm not going to name it. You can go and find it out.
In some ways, our rural community would probably argue that.
Yeah.
And
Anyway, let's not moving on. And water races is basically the same.
Well, water races is an interesting one because, of course, in Greytown, it's used for stormwater as well. But it's so small that, where would you put the percentage? Because it's the same as the stormwater, but what's the percentage that it applies? So we're talking 1 or 2% here.
Yeah, so this is another one that's
a tricky one.
Currently under the lens of regional council, and there will be some significant changes within the networks, both our networks, in the coming months. It certainly won't take years. So it's a very difficult one to try and pin down at this particular point in time. I'd give it another 6 months and then have a look at it.
Okay, we need to move on.
That's
okay. Sewage, basically we're saying 100% individuals treatment. So that's the reticulation. So that's taking the poos away from your place. Whereas the treatment is basically saying by treating it and discharging it responsibly, there's 80% benefit to the individual and 20% to the whole of the district by actually having an improved environment. Okay.
Yeah.
And that concludes that.
They can get a
Right, can I suggest we take a 3-minute break and we come back and talk about the next steps?
probably for the same.
Well, I'm sorry, Philip, but I'll have to carry on because I've already had my break.
Yeah, I know, yes.
It's more acknowledging that the discharge to land or discharge to land and impact on. Better would be that clean.
And you know,
Sorry?
that with the.
Yeah.
comments on it?
Good, yeah.
Yes. We're still in a way to do that thing.
We're not going
to.
Oh, we start sharing, yep. Yep. So what we need to do is, we're going to take your percentages, we're going to do some high level modelling and we're going to bring it back to you. Then we're going to say is, well, what then it's at that meeting, we'll say, okay, here's the initial modelling. What rates do you want to use? And that will probably be just about a 4 days workshop. Then we will model that. And that's probably going to be at least 2 or 3 workshops, because we're going to see that result. Oh, we don't like that. Unfortunately, while Charlie's really good on the modelling, we probably need a day or 2 or a week or 2 to actually come up with different iterations. So we might actually, the Australian national anthem. There's a ring. Then obviously that's cyclic, right? Then we actually, once we've landed there, then we'll draft your revenue and financing policy and the supporting policies. Then we'll actually go out and, depending on the movement. Now, one of the things we will actually consider here, your preferred rates. We will look at capital versus land.
Mechanism.
Yeah. Mechanism. Really understand that. So then we will draft your policy, consult, hear submissions, update the policies, adopt the policies, set the rates and implement. Now, you want the good news or the bad news?
We're already behind.
Sorry?
We're already behind.
No.
Yes, that'd be good. Yeah,
It's good, actually.
good, good.
So
You're 3 days early. However, without telling Charlie to do this is going to be, we probably could do that. Then we actually have only got to meet the original deadline of setting the rates by 1st of July. We're going to run out of time. So what we're proposing to do is actually talk to you about the options in February, modify in March, look at your policies, define your preferred option, and then have a draft policy ready to go by June 23. So that's after the annual plan, hopefully. Right? And that's actually quite good, because you're actually then, when you're going out to consult, the rates that we proposed as part of the annual plan, here is the modified rates on which we've already adopted going forward for consultation purposes. Here's submissions in August. So you have a whole month of August, and this is quite flexible. Here's submissions. Update the policy in October, and then you hold it and say, this is the new rating policy that we will consider as part of the long-term plan.
So implementation.
1st of July.
1st of July 2024. Now, what you do not want to do, you do not want to consult a new rating policy / revenue and financing policy as part of the LTP. Otherwise, what happens is the LTP becomes about the new rating policy, not about the other things that you actually
lose focus.
Yes.
They make it very.
So
It confuses people as well.
Saying by consulting about the rates, and it makes the annual plan as well.
You could, yes.
Yep.
Yes. Yep. But I think we're going to just looking at what we need to do and to do it properly. Sorry?
Smell like reading toast.
Yeah, I've had that smell all day in here today. So
there's a coffee, somebody doing coffee beans that roasting over it.
Coming through.
Is it the dishwasher?
Not coming through the window.
Someone roasting coffee bean.
They would.
I can't smell it down here, so it must be your end.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
Good. Alternative?
Good alternative. Yes, yeah.
Alternative.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's going to be a bit of consultation, isn't there?
There's going to be a lot of consultation.
I mean, in your plan,
Yep.
rates, and then long-term plan.
Yep.
And one of the things we can go proudly say to our communities, we weren't rushed on this decision. We had time to absorb and time to talk to you about it and.
Yep. Basically, why I put this statement here is you want it done and dusted by the end of October. So you can actually start feeding that into your LTP. If it gets past that date, then this team are going to crucify me for not managing the project very well, because they're going to have two options they're going to be putting into the LTP.
Yeah.
I think we've got the general revaluation as at 1st of September 23, which will apply to the rates from 1st of July 24.
Yeah.
That will always be the
that's-
case.
yeah. So that's going to have an impact.
And that's part of the
That's-
problem. Yeah.
Evaluation right across every 3 years. Right. That happened prior to the last
Yes.
LTP.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it was late.
Yeah.
It should happen in September every third year, but we didn't get it until mid to late February that
Yeah.
time, so there was.
And it hadn't.
So we're going to have to think of how we manage that.
Middle of COVID.
Middle of COVID. All right. Here is Matt.
No, that's good.
All right. We won't worry about that. Charlie, thank you for doing that work on your general rate.
I'll save it for next
Save
time.
it for next time as an input, all right?
Charlie, can you send out the briefing notes from today?
Slides.
The slide?
Slides already, yep.
Have they gone?
You haven't been up on the plane.
You know, you.
I've had lunch, it's after lunch.
So we're adjourned till next year.
Thank you.
Can I just say thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
You've made today not only incredibly informative, but really engaging and it to a level that I think we've all been able to really get on board with.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I'm taking that motion.
We can't have a motion, it's a workshop.
I enjoy this interaction.
They are after chocolates, that's.
I think we've all had enough.
Head off, right.